honorable guests, ministers and presidents of the international university sports organizations, rectors of the Tartu and Tallinn University, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I have the great pleasure to welcome you all in Tartu, participating in a conference, Sport Education University, joining the efforts together for athletes' dual career that is supported by European Commission through the Erasmus Plus program. The conference is also dedicated to the second International Day of University Sports and for the third week of European Week of Sport. We are really lucky that there are about 180 participants in the conference representing 28 states. And as you all foreign guests reach Estonia, Estonia is pretty much Wi-Fi'd. Here also we have a Wi-Fi network that is Torpat public. You can use it freely at any time, any place. And if you use social media, please use hashtag dual career in sports. Well, for the opening words of the conference, let me introduce Mr. Tarvi Pürn, who is Undersecretary for Sport of Ministry of Culture of Estonia. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear guests, colleagues, friends, it's my pleasure to welcome you here in Tartu, Estonia, to the Estonia's second presidency conference focusing on athletes' dual career and physical activity in society. For Ministry of Culture, the presidency started in July with a conference where we focused on the role of coaches' role in society. We were very happy that the interest of national and international sports organizations were very high, and the same we see today here. We have now possibility to continue with these topics because our topics were very closely connected, and discuss about these matters through these 2 days, very important topics for the sports sector. In Tartu, we will have several important events this week. Yesterday, we celebrated the International Day of University Sport, and I'm very glad that all the important international university sport organizations were present yesterday and joining us here today to discuss on these important topics. We will continue these 2 days here with a conference, and on Friday we have also opportunity to join the seminar on healthy lifestyle, which will be organized by European Commission and hosted by Mr. Navracic, the Commissioner. And last but not least, it's our honor to open the Week of Sport on Saturday here in Tartu, Tähtvere Park. Of course, all these events need a lot of effort, and I would like to thank all parties who have been most helpful and supportive organizing all these events. And I would like to underline that we are here in Tartu, which is one of the oldest university cities in the region, but also at the same time it is an important center of culture and sport. And its slogan, City of Good Thoughts, means that we are in the right place and probably with the right topics. I wish you a nice day here in Tartu, Estonia. I hope and I'm sure that we will have a lot of interesting discussions. And please don't forget to be active yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Darby. Our next welcoming words are from Ministry of Education and Research and Mrs. Diavarak, who is the Secretary General. Please.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Research, I'm glad to welcome you in Tartu, the Estonian capital of education. Sorry, Tallinn. Yesterday, the world celebrated the International Day of University Sport, and on Saturday, we will open the third European Week of Sport right here. So, today is the right time and the right place to talk about how sport and education could be combined for a more active, healthy, and happy society. Education and physical activity should both play a central role in the lives of young people. Sport is an ideal tool to reaching out to the youth. Sport joins people and teaches useful life skills like ambition, the ability to set targets and work towards them, teamwork, self-analysis, and much more. All these skills are essential to successful living in the 21st century, and we are putting increasing focus on this in the education system. Also, the youth need positive role models, athletes who carry the message that education is an important issue for successful life. In order for athletes to pass this message, they need support that allows combining two important activities, sport and education. Sport can support education just as education can support sport. The level of physical activity of the European Union population, especially the youth, is an issue of concern. The World Health Organization estimates that about 70% of young people in Europe do not get enough physical activity, and this puts their health and future at risk. Estonia is currently renewing the national curricula for physical education to replace it with modern activity education, which is focused on forming students' leisure time activity habits. I'm happy to note that Estonia has already done a lot to support the education of talented athletes. For nearly 15 years, the Ministry of Education and Research has worked with the Estonian Olympic Committee to award scholarships for current and former top athletes to support their studies in vocational and higher education. More than 200 talented young athletes take up studies in the Audente Sports School each year, thanks to national grants. This year's decision to develop the Kääriku Sports Center has symbolic meaning because its founder, decathlon coach Fred Kudu, 100th anniversary is in this year. I hope today's conference will give us new and fruitful ideas and knowledge for the future. I wish you a pleasant stay in Estonia. Enjoy summer last day, and you can in Estonia enjoy tomorrow, the first autumn day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next welcome is presented by Mr. Yves Lelostek, who is the head of the Sport Commission of European Union. Please.
Okay. Dear Under-Secretary of State, dear friends of sport, ladies and gentlemen, as just mentioned by Tarvi some minutes ago, we are here formally opening today the second conference organized by the Estonian Presidency in the field of sport. The first one took place in Tallinn last July and was about the role of sports coaches in society. And today and tomorrow, our works will concentrate on sport, education, and universities. And we see a clear coherence in this choice. And this continuity, what we see as a continuity, is a strong signal on the importance given by the Estonian Presidency on the central place of education and training in sport. In the Commission, we clearly support this approach since it corresponds to a subject on which we have been increasing our efforts during the last years. We are, of course, as a Commission, fully aware that public authorities, sport clubs, universities, schools, regional and local organizations are the key actors in the field of sport and the better placed to develop sport. And we, in the EU, are there to bring added value and to help when it's relevant and when it's needed. And this applies clearly to the subjects we are discussing today in this conference. At EU level, more and more emphasis has been put on education and on the educational dimension on sport, on training, on dual career, and also on the promotion of sport and physical activity. And I would say that more and more we believe in the central role in universities in the promotion of sport and physical activity. And let me briefly illustrate this. If we come back to the recent years, we see that some works have already been undertaken at EU level. This has been done in particular in close cooperation with the Member States in the framework on the implementation of the EU Work Plan for Sports, on the two first EU work plan for sports. We must remember that 6 years ago, under the first EU work plan for sport, an expert group on education and training in sport was put in place, allowing member states, sport organizations and the Commission, of course, to meet and work together. European guidelines on dual careers were drafted in 2012. Under the second EU work plan for sport, 3 years ago, an expert group on human resources development in sport was also put in place, and it was one of the most productive in terms of quality, I would say, and in terms of production of input on documents. And this group worked in particular on sport qualifications and employability on young professional sportsmen and women. And this group has also the task to ensure the follow-up of the guidelines adopted or prepared in 2012. In 2014, as most of you know, we entered in a new era in the EU sport policy. We now have a very powerful tool, which is the Erasmus Plus program. As you know, a part of this ambitious and successful program is dedicated to sport. And we have made, with the member states, during the first years of development of this program, we have made it more and more open to the issues of education and training in sport. In 2017, for the first time this year, we dedicated a specific strand to projects supporting education in and through sport. In this regard, the focus put 1 year ago by the Slovak presidency helped a lot. And the results, some of you are involved directly, the results of the 2017 selection of projects were just published some weeks ago in July, and we're happy to see that 15 projects corresponding to this dimension were selected for an amount of more than 5 million, 5.4 million euros. Furthermore, 21st small projects involving grassroots sport organizations, small organizations, were also selected in the field of education in and through sport. I will not give the figures on another priority, which is health-enhancing physical activity, which is of interest for today's conference also, because there will be a focus on this tomorrow. And to finish on this EU work plan for sport, a third one was just adopted. The new EU work plan for sport confirmed this orientation. This new EU work plan for sport has been adopted in May 2017, thanks to the efforts on the former Maltese presidency. And it will cover the 3 years to come till 2020. And with the member states, we agreed on the priorities to be tackled at EU level for the years to come. And again, a specific focus has been put on education in and through sport. One of the 2 expert groups organized at EU level will be dedicated to skills and human resources development in sport. This expert group and the other one, there will be 2 expert groups, will meet for the first time in the first semester 2018 under the Bulgarian presidency. Furthermore, in terms of priorities, as proposed by the Estonian presidency, and this was your suggestion, and agreed by member states, topics such as the role of coaches and education in and through sport are part of our priorities work for the year to come. So as you see, the subject of this conference fully corresponds, I was about to say to the Commission's concern, but I would say better to the EU's concern, and we really appreciate the focus put by the presidency. The Estonian presidency will be clearly a key moment for this progress on these topics. Today's program looks exciting with all key organizations and key actors present. There are prestigious speakers who will take part to these events. And as I said yesterday at the occasion of the International Day of University Sport, Tartu this week is very much in the center of the Europe of sport. A lot of things will happen this week. The way we have been cooperating with the Estonian presidency, with Tarvi and his team, has been absolutely excellent. This cooperation has been excellent in terms of preparing events and also in terms of substance, in terms of working on the real in-depth on the subjects. In a couple of weeks, in principle, there will be conclusions adopted by the Council of the Role of Coaches and Society, which should clearly promote the recognition of the key role of coaches, not only in helping young people to improve their sport talents. This is, let's say, recognized already, but more than that, in teaching values and behaviors in life. Again, a subject pushed by the Estonian presidency with the full support of the European Commission. To conclude, last year, more or less at the same time, we were in Košice. We chose to go to Slovakia, which was at the time chairing the Council of the EU, in order to open the second edition of the European Week of Sport. And this was organized, this was done as this year back-to-back with a presidency conference also. This formula has proved to be a very successful event in a major local, regional, national participation. This year we are in Tartu, again in the country chairing the Council of the EU, and again we consider it really the best choice, since Tartu, apart from being a very beautiful town with a lot of historical and intellectual background, and you know it better than me, Tartu is well known to be a young, active city, and on the top of it, a university city. I have no doubt that this conference and the 2 days to come will be extremely productive for you and for us too. So I thank you very much and wish you a good conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Yves. Our final greetings will come from Mr. Tiit Land, who is the rector of Tallinn University and also the president of Estonian Universities. Please.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, friends, so I'm very, very happy to welcome you on behalf of Universities Estonia. Universities Estonia is an umbrella organization which represents all public universities in Estonia. So Estonia is a small country, but nevertheless we have 6 public universities. And the number of students at public universities is roughly 40,000, which is roughly 60% or 65% of all students in Estonia, also taking into account applied universities. So this means that at our universities there is a significant number of athletes study. And just to give you one example, I was visiting few weeks ago Summer Universiade 2017 in Taipei. And I was happy to learn that Estonian delegation was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, per capita. And this, once again, this illustrates or shows that universities in Estonia are active in supporting athletes in their careers. So actually, universities have a dual role in supporting young athletes. So first is, of course, what I mentioned, that the young people in their educational path, so that, and at the same time, they are very active on physical activities. So one role of the universities is to support young people, students, in their sports career, so that they will not disrupt, or their sports career will not be interrupted. So this is what all universities, of course, do in Estonia, and we have very good collaboration with the Ministry of Education and Research, Olympic Committee. We hope that this will be even more broader in future, so that we can truly support students in their path. At the same time, we also, at universities, we provide them flexible study programs, because the main task or main work at the university is still studies. So I'm sure that we can in future be even more active to bring more young people who are active in sports to universities. But the second role or task of universities, of course, is giving education. And this is very, very important that those active athletes will be also educated, so that they will be in their later career in life will be also successful. So I'm very happy that this conference takes place. Topics are very, very interesting. I'm looking really forward to the first panel discussion, why does society need educated athletes? So I would turn this question another way around. Do we need uneducated or undereducated athletes? No, definitely not. So our society needs educated people, also athletes, because we would like them to become leaders in their later career, when they have also finished their active sports or their active athlete career, so that they will be leaders in promoting sports and promoting healthy lifestyle. So I would like to once again welcome you all on behalf of Universities Estonia, and I wish fruitful discussions, conversations during these 2 days in Tartu. Thank you.
We will now go on with the main part of the program. And as you all know, well, I hope at least to know that being a high-level athlete is an extremely difficult profession. But combining it with education and even employment is even far more difficult. And if talking to some of the elite athletes, most of them, well, if they think about their career ends, the most nightmare for them is when their career stops, for example, suddenly due to injury, and then they face a real problem. So this is what the first part of the conference today aims at, and we're looking what kind of solutions society can, and universities and the education system can afford them. I would like to remind to the presenters that we are really in a tight time schedule, and I would like you to hold on with the time frame. I will be here to help you. In case there is 3 minutes left, I will show you the sign. If this seems too lots of time, I will show also the 1 minute sign. And after that, I'm probably getting too nervous, and then I'll stand up. So I hope we can cooperate nicely. And from this moment, we will go on with our first keynote presenter, who is Mr. Oleg Matitsin, the former professional athlete and currently the president of International University Sports Federation. Please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very happy to be here with all of you in fantastic Estonian autumn forest. And I believe it will create a very, very positive atmosphere and will make our conference very successful. So first, let me extend our profound gratitude to organizers of the conference, the Minister of Culture of Estonia, Minister of Education and Science, and European Commission for the efforts in promoting sport across the continent. And I'm confident that the Estonian Presidency and the Council of European Union will be an important step in raising awareness about the necessity of sports and overcoming the challenges that sport is facing today. I would also like to thank Estonian Academic Sport Federation for the great hospitality and support. Let me now introduce you the International University Sport Federation, FISU, and talk about what we do to shape tomorrow's leaders. Our young people today face more distraction than ever before, and they live busy lives that have been completely changed through technology. But for me, and to reach those people with messages about the benefits of sport has never been more difficult. For me, as a FISU president, it has never been more important to encourage our young people to choose sport and make it a big part of their lives. So it is very reassuring to see the big institution of our society placing more value on sport. The European Week of Sport, which will be officially launched here in Tartu very soon, is a great opportunity to come together, to celebrate our successes, to learn our lessons, and to refocus our efforts for the year ahead. This week is also very important for FISU. Yesterday, universities and students across the world celebrated the International Day of University Sport for the second time. The 20th September has been endorsed by UNESCO as our annual celebration of all sporting activities at university level. Last year, we recorded 49 countries who participated. I believe this year will be much more countries who organize celebration in the national level. You can be sure that our ambition is that one day it will be celebrated on every campuses and every city where university students live. For nearly 60 years, FISU has been best known as organizer of Universiade. Our most recent summer Universiade reached the conclusion just a month ago in Taipei, as you know, and it was the world's biggest multi-sport event this year, with nearly 7,600 student athletes. The Universiade is an elite competition, but for FISU, the Universiade is much more than a sport event. The Universiade is the most visible way that we work towards achieving our common mission. FISU exists to shape the leaders of tomorrow through the experiences of international university sport. Universiade has been staged for almost 16 years. Throughout this time, they provided more than 100,000 student athletes from across the globe with a unique cultural and sporting experience. Many of those students, athletes went on to win medals in Olympics, as were the case of Dr. Thomas Bach, the president of IOC, for instance. Historically, universiades and World University Championships have been held among national teams competing under a national flag. However, today's higher education have overstepped national boundaries. I don't think there is a need for further reflection on this, as everybody is familiar with Bologna process. Now academic exchanges have become commonplace. Students can spend a semester or all academic year abroad. Some of them join sport of host universities. In order to give them a chance to continue their sport career, 2 years ago we introduced a new type of events held among university teams. When we speak about we create a new type of the events, I mean on FISU level, international level, because in Europe already more than 15 years ago, the organization OISA, European University Sport Association, started to organize events among universities. And now we understand this experience, this knowledge very positive, and we try to push, motivate other continental federations follow this example, and on FISU level we try to create the special model organizing event among universities. We think that this format has a great potential. We organized already 3 times World University World Cup 3-on-3 basketball. Next year we start a new project, World University Cup in football. 16 best university teams in men's competition and 8 women's will participate on the top level, but before the national champions will go to the continental stage to be qualified for FISU final. Relations with university has always been an important part of cooperation and part of our the program of activities. But in recent years, we have tried to intensify cooperation with academia. This is one of the main priorities of our 10 years global strategy, just we approved by the General Assembly in Taipei in August. We are getting ready to embrace a larger students' audience. The total number of students, according to some estimates, amounts 150 million. We want to make sure that as many as possible of them get familiar with the values of sport and Olympism. It's very important, as university is transformative experience for young people. For most athletes, university is the time when they leave their family home, when they leave the daily influence of their parents. Behavioral research is very clear about the impact of parents on their children. We have to understand that when parents do not do sport themselves, when they do not make sport a priority, then their children are not so likely to make sport a priority. We all know that the biggest challenge in Europe is sedentary lifestyle. Half of adults in Europe don't do any sport at all. We see the impact of this at university. The latest research shows that only 1 young people in 3 plays team sports regularly when they arrive at university. How can FISU influence students with values like teamwork when they don't even play on the team? For FISU, the best place to break the cycle of sedentary parents and sedentary children is at university. The students are still young enough to learn new and healthy behaviors. And these behaviors can be even stronger because the young people can adopt them independently of their parents. But it is not enough to understand the problem. We feel like we should use every opportunity we have to explain the benefits of the regular sport practice to our students. So, in addition to our existing project, which aim at making sport more popular among ordinary students, like International Day of University Sport, we are now working on a new project. It's called FISU Ambassadors, whose aim is to engage world-known sports stars in the promotion of sports among students. FISU Ambassadors will meet students and organize master classes for them on university campuses. So we cooperate in this case with International Olympic Committee and the Athletes Commission of IOC. We would like to invite, again, as I mentioned, Olympians to be part of this program because their experience is really very, very attractive for a young generation. The importance of creating good habits at any early age is tending to become more widely understood in sport. At the World Anti-Doping Agency, they have now understood that the time to reach the athletes with educational messages is not at the Olympic Games. It is long before. So WADA now has created a parent's guide. And we have also partnered with WADA to provide textbooks for university level to make anti-doping education part of the curriculum. Thanks to our joint efforts, it's available online in 5 languages, and it is completely free. At FISU, we know that if we want to change behaviors or create new ones, then we must provide opportunities for students, athletes to compete in very visible way. At the University in Taipei, we made 300 hours of broadcast coverage. We had live streams for all of those hours. And as many as 800,000 people watched a single competition on social media. So social media are an utmost priority in terms of highlighting our activities, and we are very pleased with the progress we have made in recent months with attracting new followers on the most popular platform, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We are also working hard to make sure that students understand that they can have a sporting life and also a professional career. We are doing this with a dual career program that we are developing in conjunction with the International Olympic Committee. But generally speaking, university sport, it's a natural prerequisite for the dual career. To be eligible to compete in FISU event, students must also be in full-time education. And this is the best preparation for the professional career. But our ambitions goes even further, as we would like to see all students doing sport regularly. We want them to know that combining studies and sport on a daily basis is absolutely normal. To normalize this positive sporting behavior, we must also make sure that sport is valued on campus. We must make sure there are right facilities, that there is the time to do sport. While this is a task for universities, FISU also is taking initiatives in this direction. This year we launched a new project called FISU Volunteers Leaders Academy. Its aim is to bring together young leaders from all countries represented in FISU for an educational event where they can learn how to organize sporting activities on campus. The first edition took place in Kazan in July, and we were very encouraged by enthusiasm and motivation of young participants. The effects of this educational project will certainly be long-standing. FISU is also working with researchers and with university leaders about the idea of a healthy, active campus. And it is here that we must look at everything. Because if we are honest, when we look at the society problems like obesity, we know that sport is not all of the answer. There must be healthy diet. There must be less time sitting in a chair. Here again, university is the best place to take habits that may have been created with parents and replace them with something better. For example, the last 20 years has been a massive drop in the number of children walking or riding a bicycle to school across Europe. Many parents now see driving their children to school as a part of their job. But if we have campuses that promote active transport, campuses that look at the health benefits of skateboarding more than safety problems, then we can create good habits for life. This is why FISU made active campuses one of the areas we looked at this year's FISU World Conference, which we organized together with the University. The conference brought together academics, sport people, and university leaders to share ideas and work together. Because one thing we understand very clear is the power of partnership. And that is another reason I am very happy to be here today with you. Because when we are all together, we are all going in the same direction, then anything is possible. So I wish you a fruitful meeting, and now I finish my presentation, but I'd like to ask 2 minutes or 3 minutes more for the video about FISU and International Day of University Sport. Thank you.
countries, more than 60 sports. For almost 70 years, the International University Sports Federation has been leading the development of university sports through sporting events, cultural celebrations, and educational programs. FISU is mostly known for staging world-class sports events for students from around the globe. The Universiades and World University Championships. Participants in FISU events are students between the ages 17 and 25. Summer Universiades allow 10,000 student athletes from all over the world to compete in all major sports such as athletics, gymnastics, basketball or swimming. Winter Universiades gather more than 2,500 participants from more than 50 countries. They are the biggest winter multi-sports event for student athletes. FISU Universiades are a global event, broadcasted on more than 100 TV channels around the world. On even years, World University Championships are staged in several countries. In 2018, 34 cities around the world will host 34 World University Championships in sports as varied as karate, baseball, chess, wrestling or sailing. As we sail towards the future trends of sports, the World University Leagues will introduce a unique concept of competitions between university teams rather than national teams. Education is a key element of university sport. Every sporting event incorporates educational and cultural aspects, embracing FISU's motto of excellence in mind and body. The FISU World Conferences, Forum and Seminars give students, young managers and scholars the opportunity to exchange ideas on how to help the world develop through sport. FISU is also committed to promoting gender equality in partnership with the Council of Europe and the International Working Group on Women and Sport. At this level, sportsmanship is paramount. To ensure clean sporting events, FISU works in close partnerships with the World Anti-Doping Agency. Together, they have developed an anti-doping e-textbook aimed at educating athletes and coaches on the dangers of doping. Summer Universiades provide young journalists with a unique training experience. The Young Reporters program gives 12 young candidates from 5 continents full access to the competition venues. Since 1949, FISU has been promoting the role of university sport in shaping the leaders of tomorrow. These efforts have now been recognized by UNESCO, which confirmed the role of universities in keeping on developing sport as a major educational means by proclaiming the 20th September International Day of University Sport. Around the world on the 20th of September 2016, dozens of countries celebrated the first International Day of University Sport.
This is a very special moment for FISU, the International University Sport Federation. For more than 60 years, we have been promoting the values and benefits of university sports around the world.
Educational, cultural and sport events were organized in China, Lebanon, Nepal, South Africa, France, Argentina, Costa Rica, Canada, the Russian Federation and many more. Festivals in motion were part of the celebrations in Australia, Norway and Switzerland. For this unique celebration, UNESCO General Director Ms. Irina Bokova addressed this message to the world, saying this day highlights the social role of universities by encouraging people to exercise regularly. Every year on the same date, the world will share the values of university sport and of FISU and its commitment to promote the importance and the role of sport in universities. Join us on the next 20th of September, the International Day of University Sport. FISU.
Thank you, Mr. Matitsin. As this is the conference, we will not have the possibility, or we will not use the possibility to leave the presenter off the board without having an opportunity for the audience to give the questions. In case anyone have questions, please, there are at least 2 microphones in the around. And if there is any question, please raise your hand. To Mr. Matitsin. If there aren't from the audience, may I have the question? It was really interesting to listen that PISU is taking also responsibility for the sedentary behavior of students, or the amount of sedentary behavior that students have. And you also told that you have some certain programs for that. Do you have any already good results showing for that it really works? And how do you promote the programs? Like, do you give the method and expect that university will participate, or you make a contract to some of the prospective universities that, okay, we will make the project and let the others see that this project works and they will jump on the board?
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to be understandable. We are not taking responsibility for the sedentary lifestyle in the campuses. Of course, we just try to find a way how to protect, to prevent this type of lifestyle in the campus. So that's why we now start organize event among universities, not only national teams. It's giving chance to universities to promote university through sport first, and then to involve more and more students in sport life. It's one way. Another way, we are speaking about the facilities for doing sport in the campuses, because we understand not around the world all universities have the same sport venues, the same international standards. We know about the university sport in the United States, in some Asian countries, but in Europe especially, not so many universities have the big campuses, big sport facilities. So our goal to explain and to motivate directors and local authorities how to build the infrastructure for the sport, and then how to include sport as a part of educational system, and how to then to educate people why they need to go for sport, because sport is, as mentioned every speaker this afternoon, sport is maybe the very efficient way or tool how to educate people and how to give them a vision for their future life, because sport educates not only about the excellence in mind and body. It's about the principles of the life, principle to be part of the team, principle respect the opponents, principle how to learn to lose, to win. So it's the main the basic principles in life. And when the Rector Society, also we have the idea to create some kind of supervisory board in FISU, inviting the rectors from the well-known university to be part of our policy in FISU, to create the supervisory rectors board, and through this organization, through this body, to explain our policy, to be more closer to university. Because today, I have to be very honest, we mainly focus on organizing sport events. Of course, we organize educational events, but we are not really very close with rectors. So that's why I appreciate very much the rectors' attendance all our events, FISU, World Championships, Universiad, Conference, because today time start to communicate more closely with rectors, because rectors today is a key people who decide about the future, about the system of education, and about the sport as a part of educational system.
Okay, thank you very much. Estonia is about 1.3 million inhabitants, but we have a really proud list of Olympic medal winners and Olympic champions. The next is a good example, Mr. Gerd Kanter, who is Olympic winner of the Universiad, and he has pretty nice collection also from other championship medals. So he's telling us about his experience on joining athlete life and education. Please.
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am from Estonia, and all of my ancestors have been farmers for centuries. The Estonian farmer had three big dreams: to be free, to be owner of his own farm, and to give his children a good education. One of the reasons why I'm here today is that I'm also part of his story. Today I will tell my very own personal story and my very personal attitude towards education. Doing sports professionally takes up only a short period of our life. Depending on a sport, we can talk about 10 to 20 years. So, if you finish your sports career at age 35 and expect to live a minimum of 70 years, it means that 35 years are left to be lived after sports. So actually, you should plan or at least think about your sports and studying career already in high school. Today I will talk about my personal experience. I'm not saying that the way I did it is the only right way to plan your dual career. It is just one option out of many. First of all, let's try to define the meaning of education. In my mind, education means knowledge, abilities, values, and behavior norms. The more educated we are, the more knowledge and abilities we have, which in turn gives us more opportunities to choose the way in life that we enjoy, and to choose a way in life that also serves us financially and socially. Why do I point out enjoying? Because to get better results in whatever field, it is very important to be passionate and fascinated when it comes to your activities. My parents never pushed me to study. From the first grade on, I enjoyed studying, and also I liked to get good grades. I was always trying to be excel and graduate most of the basic school grades with honors. I do not know whether it came from my wish to dream and set high goals for the future, but I had understanding that to achieve my goals, I need a proper education. So, guessing the value of education, I started to plan my future studies already after elementary school. It was year 1997, and of course, the most popular field of study was economy and business management. I knew that studying economy would mean that I will get very good basic education, but would give me many opportunities further on to specialization. So, going back in time and reading what I wrote for school assignment in 7th grade, I had made my choice already many years before. The school assignment describes my 70th birthday party, where I say that I'm a successful businessman who spends his retirement years in Miami, and most of my family members arrive at my party with my own airplane. Starting my university studies in Tallinn in the field of business management and marketing, I was sure that soon after graduation I would become a successful businessman managing my own company. But life had different plans for me. As a late starter in sports, my results were becoming better and better, and during my last semester at school, I knew that instead of becoming a business shark, I would try to be a professional athlete. Also, from this period, I have a memorable story to share with you. Over half of my bachelor's thesis was written, but then my computer was stolen from my home. And because it was only a week until the deadline, I was faced with a dilemma. Should I let it go and try to graduate next semester, or should I push harder and get it done? I'm very thankful to my friends, especially to Raul, who convinced me to not give up and leave my studies up in the air. With the help of my friends and family, I got little extension on the deadline, restored my work, and graduated as planned. Besides studying, it is very important to finish the processes what we start. The feeling of completeness is much better than the feeling of something unfinished. If you have started the race and completed 95% of it, you have to be able to cross the finish line. Otherwise, you have to admit to yourself that you are a failure. And it's guaranteed that those who give up will never have a success in sports. During the last 2 years at the university, I combined my training and studies very well. Of course, to combine those two things, it is very important to have a good time management. And maybe it also meant less free time, but I was happy, because I was busy with the two things that I liked the most. And not having too much experience, I believed that a career in sports was a good choice, but it also came with many risks. So having my diploma in my hand meant that I was not making a decision to buy a one-way ticket, but I was buying an open-ended return ticket with an option to turn back at any time. My true belief is that education is like a good option or an insurance policy. For young starting athletes, it is like an insurance policy if something goes wrong. By wrong, I mean if there is an unexpected injury or results do not meet the expectations. And for athletes who are planning to retire, a long, successful career in education gives them opportunity to continue leading a successful life in a new, different field. Even if you have a successful sports career, but you do not have a degree from a university or vocational education, it is very hard to enter everyday life with not too many options. Just from my own experience, I also know that to use different experts in your sports team, you have to have a wide grasp of things. Because to ask their help or use their recommendations, you have to understand the basic aspects about different sciences: biomechanics, anatomy, mathematics, psychology, and so on. Recommendations work better if you understand the principles of how thing works. Of course, we can do as they say, but it is more effective if we also understand why we are doing it that way. A very important skill in sports is to be able to analyze yourself. Since people are very different and there are no winning formulas, you have to be able to find your own way to success. Oftentimes, success means learning from your failures. A broad intellectual horizon gives you shortcuts to realizing your potential. Having a good education has played a very important role in my successful sports career. Not just following experts' recommendations, but also understanding the principles has been possible thanks to my educational background. Being a part of a very unique team that consisted of many different experts, I can say that those experts never stop educating themselves. Studying and educating yourself is a lifelong process that never stops. Now, when I'm an older and experienced athlete, I often get requests to take part of commissions that evaluate young talents and the potential of young athletes. I hope that I do not get things wrong, but I have noticed that I value the attitude of young athletes towards education very highly. Why? Because I believe that a good education gives you an advantage, both in life and in sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerd. Any questions from the audience to the Olympic medalist? Yes, there is a lady in the middle.
First of all, thank you for sharing the experiences. One question that popped up in my mind, if you consider yourself having this dual career for a long time now already, what are some of the shortcuts that you might have taken that you find useful in combining the two careers, and what kind of shortcuts should never be taken when you want to develop in both fields in terms of education and sports?
I think, first of all, as I said, it's very important to finish the processes that you start. So actually, if we would just graduate the elementary school and would put our studies into hold and would say, okay, maybe we turn back in 4 or 5 years, it's very hard. So it should actually right away after graduation keep on studying, because when you're young, you have very much capacity to do many things at the same time in a high level. You get older, your abilities are getting shorter, and so I would say that, yeah, never leave anything unfinished. And maybe shortcuts, it's always very important to use opportunities, because as an athlete, you always travel around the world, you meet many people, you get very good contacts. So use those contacts, because as an international athlete, it is like we always talk about export. So if you have friends abroad, we can always make good connections, we can make business together, we can do things together, so use those contacts. Never be shy, just ask and you get answers.
Thank you.
We have time if there are any more questions. Here, there was somebody.
Yeah, hi. I'm from Ireland, and we've recently established in Ireland an athletes commission for the Irish Olympic Committee. So I'm very interested to hear about the Estonian Olympic Athletes Committee and their role, and if there's any interaction with policymakers in Estonia.
Actually, yeah. Yesterday we just had an Olympic Committee meeting, and one topic was dual career. And one of a person who works in Olympic Committee, she just graduated her master's, and her topic was dual career in sports. So she gave us a very good overview about actions what we should do in the future, and we really take it very seriously also in Sports Athletes Commission to promote those values and start acting very soon. Because I'm very proud of Estonian athletes overall, because I remember my first Olympics 2004, and I believe from all team we had maybe 3 or 4 persons who had higher education. So from last year Rio, we had much more athletes who had higher education. So generally, athletes are much more educated, and because we use many times athletes as role models. So it is very good that if those people are well educated, intellectual, and we can speak up and also make other people follow them. So yeah, thank you.
There is the last question. So.
Hello. Okay, it works. So hi, my name is Besim. I'm from EUSA Sports Manager. I'm happy to say that in the European University Sports Association, the whole executive committee is here. And we are happy that you as a professional athlete also took place in university sports. I see that you're the winner of Summer University 2005. Since we don't work within the Olympic events but university events, I would like to hear a bit more of how did you find the university events, how important do you think they are for the athletes, since we always emphasize that our participants are the role models. They are at the same time athletes and academic people, the people who represent the academic society. So I want to hear from your side, how did you find participating in student events, and how important do you think they are?
Thank you. I remember when I started my studies, in our region university games are called CEL games. So first I participated, I think, in Tartu and Lithuania and Latvia. So, and it was very nice experience, because of course first you may be champion of your own town, your own university, but when you have a chance to compare your level with your neighbors, and of course higher on you go, like Summer University is like pretty much mini Olympics, because I have to say that being a professional athlete, many times to get to the Olympics, it is very tough procedure, and you really have to be in very top. But as a young athlete, is a very good chance to get actually experience of a very big competition. And Summer University, I would say, is the same size competition as Olympic Games. So actually, going to Olympics some years later, you not get scared if you go to the dining hall, what is I don't know, thousands of square meters. you see, like, you think that you're like a big athlete, and when you walk into dining hall and then you see the volleyball girl who's like maybe 20 centimeters taller than you. So actually for me it was a very good experience to understand that in the future what the Olympics would mean. So just having this experience because of studying and being part of university sports, I would say was very good, like a jumping board, like to go on. So I really recommend everybody to participate, take part of action, and as we also like can sometimes see, the results in like university games could be sometimes even higher than Olympic games. So it is truly like a world championships in very high level.
It's not a question. Thank you, Gerd, for a fantastic presentation and not less interesting answer to the questions. Officially, as follow your advice and recommendations about the opportunities, I'd like to use this opportunity and invite you to be part of FISU Ambassadors Program.
Thank you. I say yes.
Thank you, Gerd. Yesterday, the second International Day of University Sport that was initiated by UNESCO took place in Tartu. And it was organized by Estonian Academic Federation of Sports. And as our team has been pretty quick, we may have a big, small glimpse of that, what happened yesterday. We have now reached to the first panel session or panel discussion, and let me introduce you the participants of this panel. It's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Claudia Pockel, who is also a former high-level athlete and currently Vice President of EOCA and IPCA Athlete Career Programs of ADECO and former Chair of International Olympic Committee Athletic Commission. The second panel member will be Mr. Oleg Matichin, whom you already know. Please. We also asked Professor Olli Kalm from Tartu University. He's the rector. And our athlete and the chair of athletic commission of Estonian Olympic Committee, Mr. Gerd Kanter. And unfortunately, Mr. Laurent Petrinka could not come due to health problems, but the panel is good enough. And I will leave now the floor to Ms. Kairi Sulp, who will take charge of this panel. And she's the chair of the Working Party of Sport of the Estonian Presidency of Council of European Union 2017. Please.
So, good afternoon. It is going to be my great pleasure to moderate this panel this evening and to give some meaning to your time during the following 1 hour. And I have invited some excellent people to help me. I'm on the stage together with the rector of the University of Tartu, the president of International University Sports Federation, and 2 Olympic medalists. Fantastic. In order to start our conversation about why does society need educated athletes, I would kindly ask all the panelists to introduce themselves regarding their relationships with sport and education. And maybe Claudia, ladies first, you could be the first one.
Thank you. Well, I have, like Gert, a university degree in chemistry. I have a Master's of Science, and I always knew that I need something after my sport. So it's always been a huge focus for me to not only focus on fencing, where I became a world champion and a bronze medalist at the World University Games, to know that it is necessary for life after sports, that I need a new challenge, a new thing in life. And it's also what I've been focusing on as the chair of the IOC Athletes Commission, the dual career. I think it's extremely important, and education is the basis to everything.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for one more opportunity. I've been a former table tennis player, not international level, national level. That's many, many years ago. A master of sport, so I still play table tennis. My university, I've been in more than 30 years in university, sport university in Moscow. Students, then dean, professor, and finally rector. And now I'm one of the big international sport team, trying to do our best to develop university sport around the world. And I'm really very happy to be here today with the fantastic Olympians and rector of Tartu University, because we are all together now try to find a good answer to our questions.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I feel a little sorry not being able, I really missed the event you had yesterday, but I had another obligations. But at the same time, happy to welcome you at Tartu, because this is more or less like to welcome you at the campus of Tartu University, because this is what we consider the city to be. So my own career in sports ended somewhere where was the county championship in basketball, but in my current age, I'm not playing basketball anymore. I'm doing some skiing. I've a number of years participated, including this year, in the Tartu ski marathon, but also Tartu cycling marathon. So I'm trying to keep myself in more or less a shape to handle the work I had to do at the university. At the same time, I'm happy to say that we, so to say, own the country's best sports club. And another thing which we didn't dare to to extend for another week. I mean, this week, Sports Week. What I'm saying is that just a week ago we signed a contract with the construction company to rebuild, renovate, and expand the facilities of sports. Some of you yesterday exercised some basketball, I saw on the video clip. So we put into this 12 million euros in coming 2 years. So I think this is one of the notions how important we consider sports to be at our university.
As I told on my speech already, I have a degree in economy, in business management and marketing, and still like trying to finish my master's in the same field. So hoping to graduate soon. It's been taking some time, but I hope it's going to be done.
Oh, I wish you all the best, because as you see, now you are the ambassador and you have to be an even better role model. Anyway, the two things that unite these people on the stage are the passion for the sport and valuation of education. And my first question would be for you, addressed to you, Claudia. And it is about the advice for young people, for young talented athletes. Many young people face difficult choice after graduating the secondary school, to focus either to sport or to studies at the university or vocational school. What is advice you would give to these athletes?
Well, it is actually important to focus on something else as well in sport than only sport. It's great when young athletes want to do sport and want to say, I want to be a professional athlete, but something can happen in between. You may get injured, you may not achieve your dreams, and then there is, like Gert explained, there is still a big part of life afterwards that you need to have a good lifestyle as well, and you want to do something that you like as well. And on the other hand, if you would only focus on education, I'm very glad that you said it, that sport is also helping in education, and it is important. I think it's not new. I think it's already quite old to say that a healthy body, a healthy mind, and I really think that is important. So even though it's not easy to combine at all times, and maybe it takes longer, I graduated when I was 35, so I think you may still have some time. Do not try to focus on one thing, but do two. That is my advice to anybody, if it's an athlete or a student. Yeah.
Thank you. In general, women's sport is still less valued in society. Although the gender prize money cap is narrowing, and recent studies of the global studies show that about 80% of sports nowadays reward men and women equally at world championships. There is still much work to be done to put women's sport at the same footing as men's. Do you think that the fact that society encourages men more than women to play sport plays a role when young female athletes need to make a choice about their future?
I'm not sure if it's only society that is supporting them, and I think there are additional challenges when you are a woman, and I saw it myself, 35, and when you start a new career or you start a family, it is difficult to have children, to have a sports career, and to have a career in society afterwards, and that just is a fact. And I'm glad to see athletes that have children in between their sporting career and then come back and are great athletes as well. But I think it is just an extra challenge for women, and I think the focus should be on that as well, to support them. Yeah.
Thank you. Gerd, the next question is for you. What is the role of an athlete in society? What is the value that an athlete provides for society?
To be winner.
Many times people think that value of sport is just a result to win something, but actually it doesn't really matter if there's no connection between athlete and the nation. If nation doesn't care, then there's no matter if it's like a super duper record. So actually, if your people care about you and they follow you, so you really need to feel that connection. And if nation is behind you, when everybody looks up to you. So actually you're carrying very important role in society to be fair, to like represent like a fair play, to be like a role model for maybe kids, younger athletes, that everybody look up to you. And it means more control, like you can't maybe, I don't know, drink publicly or I don't know, use bad words. It is control over you, and you have to like understand that it's a responsibility, but you have chosen the way, and that's your way, and you have to do it. There's no way back.
Do you think that athletes have a choice whether to be role models or not?
Of course, you can be like, you can be badass also, like, but there are always like some like controversial like athletes, like if you like maybe best example is former NBA player Dennis Rodman, who was very controversial. And he was always like talking trash to his opponents, and he wasn't like a role model. It's one way of doing your sports, but of course, like it's very hard to find like too much love around you. So people maybe talk about you, but you may be more used as a negative example. Of course, like you're probably exceptional athlete, but you don't have really extra values, and I think athletes should carry more values than just like being an exceptional athlete. So sports has big role in society because sport is one of a few like maybe thing that unites people and in a positive way. So in that case, we really have to understand as athletes that like we're carrying this role, and it's better that we would give back to our society more.
Oleg, would you like to add anything about the role of athlete?
I absolutely agree with the opinion of Gert. Athletes, they're responsible for their behavior, and at the same time they're, how to say, very visible. And they're stars in the media, and even they win or lose. It's create the stories about their life, about what kind of preparation they have before the competition, about the behavior during the competition, about their lifestyle. So I believe it's, I can say the stars, the Olympians and normal athletes should be responsible and should create the examples how to be responsible for the future, how to be model for young generation. And sport is a really fantastic tool, fantastic platform, educate people, bad or good examples, because the young people, they follow the stars, and if you are very good, they say, okay, this is a good guy, I'd like to be like him, I'd like to be very positive, I'd like to have the same t-shirts or shoes, or I don't know, be winner, first of all. Or if you are bad, of course, the young people, they do not discuss more. They say, okay, I will follow this example also, bad example also. So it's really a big challenge for the athletes, Olympians, first of all, to be responsible for the children who will follow you. But the role of the athletes today more and more important, as we mentioned all together.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would. Is this on? I would appreciate your value very much if athletes, top-performing athletes, appreciate and value education. Because I would say that university teachers and researchers shouldn't publicly drink either. But top-performing athletes are much more exposed to society, and if they value education, this is something different compared to even what I say, because, oh yeah, you are from university, certainly you do, so you say it's a good thing because you expect everyone to come and study. But if someone not from the education field as occupation says and values education, this is absolutely different thing. And they are, as I said, top performers are very well exposed in a society.
Gert, during your presentation, your absolutely fantastic presentation, you were rather modest. You didn't mention the fact that you are an author of a book, 15 Steps to the Victory. This is a fantastic book. What is the 14th step in your book?
14th step is that actually studying is more important than sports. So, and that was pretty much also my today's speech about it, why it's more important. So, and the target group of this book is children in age 10 to 15, and those like simple steps or simple rules, like they sound easy or like simple, but actually to follow those rules, it's not easy. So it's all about like being honest, take care of your body, be like, don't cheat, accept losing. So also like call to your mother, like value your family. So those are actually very simple rules and they're very universal. Doesn't mean you have to be athlete to follow those rules. So just a kid to raise up and follow those steps would be very, very useful to be like a good person for society in the future.
Does the role and value of an athlete changes after the end of the sporting career? Who would like to be first?
I think so. You are not in the spotlight anymore. There are others who win the medals, so you are not the one that people focus on. Nevertheless, I think that's why it is so important to have the education and to find a new path and a new career, because then you will be remembered in a good way and you can look back at your sport also in a good way. Otherwise, you will always think about your athlete's life as being the highlight of your life, and that finishes at a certain point. Yeah. So yeah, it does change, but I think when you manage your life well, then you can always be proud of it, and people will always recognize and value for it, depending how good a role model you have been, of course. Yeah.
Again, Gert, since you made such a wonderful presentation, what do you think about your value? Will it increase with the time?
I hope so. It's always a goal of investment, and I believe my career has been like investment. And already when I was achieving some success, I realized that I have to be like, or like I have a responsibility for society and then to give back. And that's why I've been very active, like visiting schools and kindergartens, just to spread my those 15 steps, and I hope it works, because it's much easier to change like kids' mind than already grown-ups' mind. So if I can maybe undo some like stupid things, it's much useful for society. So I hope those rules are working, and hope like I have some influence on kids, and also like when I'm like retiring soon, I'm like planning to like use this investment and still work with kids and society to promote those good values.
Oleg, how does education help to increase the value of athlete for society?
Very easy and difficult question. Of course, as Gert mentioned in his presentation, when the people well educated, so it means they recognize a real value, social value, and not only sport. But the sport should be, as we in FISU understand, should be the part of education, and education should be integrated in sport. And when the professional athletes they studied in university, it helped them to reach more high results, because they, as Gert mentioned, they understand the biomechanics, psychology, mathematics, and help to understand the training process and understand the value of sport. And then education is really, I believe, could be a very important part, how to give the chance to the athletes after they finish their professional career to be socialized in the society. And it's up to them decide to make the choice, be professional in the business and economics, and be the leader in political life. But the experience in the sport and education really can be integrated in the one field. So most important to give the understanding to young athletes that the professional career is not endless. So sometimes they will finish, be on the sport field, and then they start from zero sometimes. But the ambitions will be the same, like because they're on the sport field, everyone like to be winner. And they keep these ambitions in the normal life, but they have to understand that the way they need to make the first step on another road. And if you educate well, so it's some kind of insurance for them, and they can be not the beginner, but they have sport experience. It's very, very important one, because the sport teaches, again, be part of the team, respect the rules, and we're talking all about the same things. But be educated, it means understand the society, be responsible for the life, and be part of the community.
We spoke now about education, but what about sport? What does sport teach that cannot be learned at school?
Okay, very simply is, I will repeat again, the sport teaches respect the rules. Also very important, educate people how to communicate, because today you see they are using mobiles, social networks, they have not many chances to speak around the table. So sport means we are coming together on the same field, doesn't matter athletics, fencing, football or table tennis. We are ready to respect the rules, we are ready to communicate according to the rules, we are ready to win or to lose. And it's going without any teachers. Sport teaches by himself. And when, for example, the children coming to the park and they are ready to start play football, no one around them, but they know their rules, they know the sizes of field, they know if they will not play fair, so next time my teammates say, okay, I don't want to be in the same team with this guy. So it teaches them a lot. It's not. It's really a practical experience, and unfortunately, they have not such a good opportunity to be teach in the school or in university. So our task to provide the opportunities and conditions for them in school, in university, in the campus to follow these lessons.
Claudia, you have a great experiences with helping athletes to find their path after the end of the sporting career. So what do you think, do employers value skills and experiences of athletes enough? So for example, if we have two people who are having the same qualifications and one of them has been an athlete, what do you think whom the employer would choose to hire?
I think it's not so easy to answer. So it depends on what period in life the athlete is. If the athlete is still active, I think employers are a little bit reluctant because of the time constraints. I think that is not fair, because I think athletes are able to adapt to the circumstances. They are very good in the time management, so I think some help is needed for the employers to figure that out. I think athletes also may have a slight disadvantage for employers because they start later. And actually, I'm now telling my whole presentation, which is coming up, but because they start later in the job process, usually after the athlete's career, and then you're about 10 years older and slightly different experience than others at the same time. So I think it is still necessary, and it's what we do to convince employers that even though athletes may have a little bit less time during their career, even though athletes might be a little bit older when they start, that they are excellent people, and that they can do the job sometimes, many times even better than normal people. And I think the advantages are there, but I don't think all employers see it yet.
Volli, how many people do you have in university working for university?
Oh, about 3,500, little less, 3,470 something.
So if you would need to choose and make a choice between an athlete, a former athlete, to be more specific, and a normal person who would have exactly the same qualifications, what would be your choice?
I would leave this for Deans. No. Well, it seems a simple question, but the question is actually what do we expect from that person? What if we expect the person we hire to be a very good chemist, then that's what counts. But as soon as some additional competencies are on the table, like a leadership or being a kind of leader model for the rest, and then of course we have to consider everything else, but only the narrow speciality in the field of his or her education. So I cannot really give a firm answer whether we choose the former athlete or very good chemist. It is in each case very personal matter to decide.
Yeah. Maybe if it's like a former athlete who's been using drugs,
should hire as a chemist or expert. Oh yeah. That's well. I mean, in principle, such a attitude is known in IT, where the young hackers are sometimes very good, later on very good specialists in cybersecurity. So why not here?
But I do think that, just to distract from this topic a little bit, I do think that athletes play a huge role in society, and I think athletes can give a lot to a country. So I do think also that maybe a little bit of positive discrimination, or like you said it, might be necessary also to support the athletes in their career afterwards. Of course, if the qualification is not there and the education is not there, nobody should be hired. But if the qualifications are there and if the right education is there, I think it is also important to support athletes, because they do have a slightly more difficult start in life after sports. Yeah.
I believe it shouldn't be some kind of priority card. I'm a former Olympian, champions and so on. If we have equal criteria and equal number of points, then I believe the athletes have the priority because have some advantages, because we're talking about the leadership, about the concept when the athletes ready to play as a team, as a part of the team, and many others. But not just give the chance to the athletes after he finished the career. Okay, now you are a gold medalist. Now you will be the member of the parliament, member of some other councils, only because you are top athletes. Because it's great sometimes misunderstanding of the role of the athletes in society, and gives the wrong understanding for athletes. Just because they are gold medalists, now I'm gold medalist in every part of the social life. No, no, no. You have to start from the beginning. But if you are really successful in the sport, in education, in professional area, so be athletes is for me, it's true, is a big advantage.
We fully agree on this side. Yeah.
Volli, I would like to ask about the University of Tartu. You said that it depends on the situation whether to hire a former athlete or just another person. And I completely agree. What about athletes? Do you have any special program, or how you support the athletes of the University of Tartu?
Depending on what you mean, a program. I mean, we do have a degree program in sports science. And this is one of the missions of the university, of course, teachers, coaches, but also sports science, physiotherapy, and medicine-related the needs of sports. But if you mean a special program in admitting and supporting athletes, then yes and no. And I would start from the issue we were already. So we do not give handicaps for athletes when admitting them to the university, or while giving exams or something, or writing theses. No academic discounts in this regard. But everything else, so our sports club, of course, serves all varieties of athletes. I mean, top performing, not many, still mentioned the best club. But mainly the club, of course, serves every man's needs in physical exercising and training. Now, talking about the top performers, then yes, sports club, which is, by the way, it's important to know that it's primarily funded by the university. City government supports, which we appreciate highly, and a little bit private funding coming in, but primarily university funds a sports club. And then sports club offers every year at least 5 stipends for top performing students, members of sports club. They really have to be top performers. And partially this helps to cover, I don't know how you call that, kind of the fragile period when students coming from secondary education to higher education, and then they may fall out from, if they're team players, from adults teams, not yet ready for that, out of the junior teams. So this helps to cover that period. But we're not the only ones. Also, I appreciate highly that the Estonian Olympic Committee provides some support, of course, for those students which are, in regard the results, in the radar, so to say, of the Olympic Committee. But also including some private donors who support athletes or sports science at the university, including former president of our Olympic Committee, sitting in the hall, Neinar Seli, who personally supports and gives a stipend for students in sports science. So, but this is in terms of money and funding. What we can do and what we do and what is negotiable, of course, at the university is everything concerning the competition schedules and examinations and program schedules. This can be negotiated. Also, well, this is little peculiarity of Estonian education system, but here, if the study period extends over the nominal time, then in theory, universities are entitled to ask tuition fee. So for athletes, it happens quite often that they are not really physically able to complete in a nominal time. And then again, mostly the well-performing athletes can be, this is in power of dean, can have exempt from the tuition fee, still continue free education even after the nominal time has extended. So we do what we can, but no academic discounts.
I think this is fair. Transition from youth sport to adult sport and to full-time sport has been a bottleneck of sport in Estonia for many years. Do you think that the potential of universities in helping athletes to combine their studies and sporting career has been fully realized in Estonia? It's for you.
For me. I think it is realized. I'm not certain whether this is really, how would I put it, really organized transfer in a manner that no good talents are lost during that period. What I know probably the best from the experience of our sports club is concerning basketball, where next to students basketball, our club takes care and coaches the kids on all of the age levels of basketball teams. And within few years, we see how nicely it works and creates the new addition to our top performing basketball club. Every year, this year, I think 2 or 3 at least, who are still playing, or still on the last grade in secondary education gymnasium, already playing in top team of our university, which is always in a final in country finals, if not first and the second. So really, in Estonian terms, top team. I really, I expect that also the other close to 20 fields of sports, what do we have at our club, take care the same way of young athletes, but I do not know exactly what sort of means are used to cover that period. And but I do realize that this is probably one of the most what is quite not really dangerous but fragile, I would say, period in the career of young athletes.
What does university gain from supporting athletes during their studies?
University?
Yes.
Oh, well, I mean, this is an easy question. I mean, lots of talented people in every field. I mean, not all the top performing athletes are in sports science or educated as teachers or coaches. They can be doctors and IT people. I mean, and this is or most welcome, the variety of what the really good athletes study. So I absolutely agree that that athletes, well, I would just notion to the previous question, what the society gains from good athletes. I would say that one thing what wasn't mentioned is there are people who know and are not afraid of working hard. And that is nowadays important because we feel in a society more and more that everything should be fun. and the good results and good life and prosperity should come to our families and homes and universities just as a fun, just a little fun, and I fly. It's not like that, and athletes know that best because they, I must say that they're not the only persons who live a dual life. I mean, the professional athletes and education, there are more. But certainly they are one of those who know that the progress in your life needs a work.
No matter without hard work.
Yes.
There is one last question that I would like to ask from all of you. In general, there are two opinions prevailing when asking from people whether athletes should combine high-level sport with studies or not. And half of them, they think that yes, they should, because education is important for the future. And another part who thinks that no, they shouldn't, because it affects the results in a negative way. So my question is, from your opinion, does education come at the cost of sport results? And Gert, maybe we start from you.
I think he gave answer.
I think it's kind of old school thinking that getting education affects your results negatively. I would rather think that if you use all this knowledge, whatever field you study, and put this knowledge into your sports, you're probably going to be a better athlete. So I believe that it's kind of maybe thinking from, I don't know, from Soviet Union, that those two things don't go together. So I believe nowadays sports are really into more educated people, and for sure it is a benefit. Of course, even in Estonia, I know some sports where coaches doesn't look good if athletes try to study beside the sports. So that's not a good sign. But I think generally it's more that, as I said also, that in maybe 2004, when our team was in Olympics, we had only 2 or 3 people who had higher education. Last year in Rio, we had much more athletes who had higher education. So I think general trend is that people study more and they use the knowledge more in sports, and that's how you get also better results. That's also maybe if you look at the science, how science affects results in sports. So we can't say that somehow maybe nowadays people are more talented or more physically better. They just know more and they know how to use science, and that's how you make better results.
I fully agree what was said, but I still admit that there may be periods where really no time much for education. But this, at least currently and even more in the future, is much more easier to recover because of the technology. It doesn't matter where you are. Well, maybe on a plane, it's a bit limited. You can access online on all the knowledge available. Another thing is that it's never too late to learn. The lifelong learning. This university also, we have annually 3 times more in-service trained people than we have students. So when this number is growing, the need is growing because it doesn't matter how hard we learn 5 years in a row at the university, we still need further on to learn more and more and more. Often we even change our occupation, and so it's never late to learn. And that's why relatively limited periods of more intensive sports occupation or whatever other occupation doesn't really, in the end of the day, doesn't mean much. all the learning technologies out there could learn any minute after training or before exercising.
Oleg?
Yeah, I think nothing new. It's not a conflict of interest to be professional in sport or to be professional in another field of the business. And today's sport is really absolutely different than many years ago. First of all, it's a combination of science, new technology, show, business, culture, so everything. And if the people like to be on the top in sport, they have to have the knowledge and have to be very well educated, because sport is a part of the culture, and elite athletes, they belong to the cultural elite. So it means they have to be well educated to understand process, to understand the business area, to understand the rules if you like to be on the top. So, but I don't like the concept that the sport is something absolutely independent field of our life. Sport is just one part of our life, and the rules more or less the same. If you like to be successful, I don't know, in ballet or in the science, it's also need to be well educated, to have the knowledge, to have experience, to know the rules, to know how to communicate the right way. The same in sport. So sport just maybe because of the, how to say, media effect. We are all athletes, coaches, stories, Olympic Games on the first pages everywhere. So that's why all people focus on the sport. Everyone understands sports. Everyone had the recommendation how to be successful in sport. But sometimes it's artificial, a little bit artificial dividing and artificial separating sport from all our life. So of course it should be a very natural combination, education and sport.
Good. I would like to see some scientific proof on what you said, that it is, you are a better athlete when you have the education. I believe, Guy Taylor, you are looking into that, right? Yeah, because I do believe it's important. Nevertheless, I also think there is a time for everything in your sporting career. If you combine education with sport, it is quite an intense period. So doing that for the whole period of your athlete's life, I think that is very tough. And on the other hand, like Gerd said, you also need to do your networking, find your contacts. I think you should also enjoy a little bit of your athlete's life, because it will not get back to you. So I think there's a time for everything. But during your sporting life, you should plan to have education as part of that, by all the ways and means that we have talked about. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe we have now some time for the questions among the audience. So if you have some questions, the microphone is available.
Yes, please.
No questions? Yes, please. Harvey?
Thank you. As it was noted today, the main topic of Estonian presidency is the coach's role in society. So I use the opportunity and ask your experience during your sports career, whatever the level was, what has been your experience? How did your coach or coaches encourage you, or what they learned you? And maybe you have some, for example, what they taught you, what you could never learn in school or university. Thank you.
I think. Yeah, I think the coach is in fencing very important, because you have this one-on-one relationship with the coach in an individual lesson. And I think what was important there is that having the responsibilities in a chemistry education to also be present at the university, because you cannot take your laboratory with you home or on a trip, for him to adapt and then to give a lesson at 7 o'clock in the morning before university already, just to show me, yes, I understand that it is important to have that education, and also to ensure that that I could really do both and to combine the sport with the education. Was that an answer to your question?
Just may I?
Yes.
I'm not very professional athlete, but I spent more than 10 years in the sport hall, table tennis. So I believe that we really understand the role of the coaches in our life later on, not during the real process when we are athletes and we have the relations with coaches. Today I understood that my coach did some mistakes, of course, but most important thing, he was my teacher. Like maybe not, we spent in my time more hours in the sport hall than with our parents. So the coaches very often they like parents, our teachers. So first we have to respect them very much, and we have to understand them, because understand why they do some recommendation to us, because every coach wants to have the athletes on the top, and sometimes they use not very, how to say, efficient way and the right way how to reach the success. So the main problem as I see today is educate coaches also, because they are responsible for the children, and depends on their qualification, their knowledge, their cultural experience, we will get the future generation. So respect to the coaches, but at the same time educate them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question actually is for Rector Kalm. Do you feel that the sports organizations, whether it's a national governing body or an Olympic committee, FISU, OISA, do you think that we're really making the case for rectors in tertiary university education for sport, not just elite level, but recreational, social, and competitive sport? And if not, what do you feel we can do to make it a bit more obvious towards rectors and universities?
Good question.
Good question, yes. You know, I think what we feel and see most at the university is the Estonian Olympic Committee. Well, small society, small country. Well, small. Each time we're talking about Estonia small, I'm saying it's small in a territory and number of people, but it is huge in terms of possibilities. Now, so the Olympic Committee is seen, and the policy is known because of its nearby. And because of the support I mentioned earlier, for those who are really top performing members of our sports club. But also in terms of cooperation with our degree program, where we train teachers and coaches. All the specific sports field, they mutually agree what should be the content of a program, what's most needed now and in the future, and back and forth. So we really work tightly together. In other means, I mean, in terms of what happens every day at our sports club and with the great number of students, exercising every day, not much. But but also if you meant also kind of financial whatsoever, then yeah, it would be nice, but we do not really expect them to heavily fund our sports club. This is still the duty of a university, even though we would like to have much more funding everywhere, in science, teaching, sports, everything. I mean, it's common at the university, they never have enough money, including sports. But again, back to that, I do think that this is obligation of a university, not the whoever around in a society. So what was the FISU? Yeah, I'm sorry to say I didn't participate this time. Well, participate. Didn't come to see the Universiade this time, but I've been there twice, and I appreciate very much because of our students appreciate very much and the competition to become a participant on those competitions. And that is influence what FISU has at the university. This is, as also you mentioned, this is very much appreciated and acknowledged type of competition among students. But again, if we are back to everyday exercising a great number of students again, well, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't feel much influence.
Thank you. I think.
Yeah, I was just grabbing your attention that if anybody wants to have more questions, then it becomes as a part of your coffee break time, so you can make a choice. Or ask the question during the coffee break. So, I would like to thank all the participants of the panel, and we have a small presents for them also. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Claudia not, because you will still have the presentation, but don't worry, you will get also.
You're afraid I'm not going to speak? No, it's fine. No, I'm joking.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Were you afraid that I was not present anymore?
Yes, you'll never know.
Thank you.
Thank you for the first part of the conference. We will now have a coffee break, which will end at 16:40 sharp. And as the conference is part of education, sports, physical activity, we also provide a coffee break slightly more healthier than usual. So please enjoy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break. And at the beginning of the last century, Estonia, Finland, Latvia, and Lithuania initiated the regional student games called CEL Games. They took place annually in one of the 4 countries from 1923 until 1940, and that was because of the World War ended the games. In 1997, the games have been brought back live, and since then they are now ongoing. And we have made for you a small clip that you can also follow. So, enjoy.
Tulen su poole joosteen.
Okay, we will now go on with the presentations. And the next presenter will be Mrs. Agata Czarnowska. She's the policy officer of the sport unit of European Commission. And the title of her topic is What Dual Career is a Topic? What has been done and what are the challenges of the European Union level? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you recognize on the movie Kairos, at the first images it was her there, so it was very, very interesting. Yeah. Thank you very much. At the beginning, I would just like to say congratulations, first of all, for the organizers for this design. I think it's my first time I can really speak so close to the nature, so this is really, really, really very nice. And the second thing I would like to say is thank you for managed to gather so many people with different backgrounds and universities, sports organizations. I think it's very interesting, especially when we speak about dual careers. So I was told I have only 10 minutes, so it will be really sprint this time. I will try. I don't promise it will be 10, but if it will be 12, you will not have opportunity for any questions, so maybe better for me. So I was tasked to answer 3 questions. Why dual career is a topic? What has been done at the EU level? And the third one, what are the challenges? So 10 minutes, let's try. First of all, when we speak about dual careers, let's try to answer what does it mean, dual career? I am using the definition here from the Council conclusions, so the common statement of the EU member states adopted in 2013 under Irish presidency. So when we speak about dual careers, more or less, we should have in mind that it means that an athlete can combine easily education or work work with his sports career. Why we are supporting the topic? Why dual career is an important topic for the EU? So first of all, we have a competence in sport, which is there in the Treaty of Lisbon, so kind of we have mandate to act in the area of sport. Second thing is that we've noticed for many, many years a big dropout, both from sport and from education. Europe 2020 strategy calls for more highly qualified employees at the European labor market. And sport people, former athletes, are very important there. The other thing is reintegration after the sports career back into labor market or education, depends where are you. And Commission should be seen as a bit as a facilitator between education, non-sector, employment sector, sports sector, bringing people together. How do we see dual career? Dual career topic cannot be seen separately, as a separate policy. We always need to link it, to put it in the bigger picture. When we speak about dual career, it's a part of something bigger. When we add a bit of topics linked to qualifications, skills, when we speak of voluntary activities in sport and employability in sport, somewhere there is a common word, which is jobs. Of course, you cannot agree with me, maybe, because jobs, it's too simple. But it's just for to illustrate a bit that jobs, employability, it's why we are interested in dual careers. Few thoughts about dual careers in general. When we speak about dual careers, we have to have this cross-sectoral approach, not only sport, but of course, education and employment. It was said here so many times. Athletes, very important. Awareness raising. Claudia said today that she knew that she needs to invest in her career after sport. But I am not so sure if there are so many Claudias out there when we speak about talented athletes. I'm sure that there are many young people, talented athletes, that they are not aware that they need to invest in their future. empowering athletes. The idea of dual career, of our actions, it's not to give athletes jobs. No, it's to make them able, empower them to find the jobs. Qualifications, skills, the gap. It's not mind the gap, I'm looking at Guy now, but it's somehow this mismatch when we educate people, somehow the skills, the qualifications they are gaining are not the same the labor market is looking for. Athletes entourage, we spoke about this as well a bit. Coaches, very important, but as well everybody who is around athlete, they have to be aware about dual career, parents as well. And cooperation. This, I think, Guy later on in his presentation will put a bit more focus on this, but cooperation between all those systems, so education, sport, employment, labor market is very important. Quickly, what has been done? So, dual career as a sub-policy of sport at the EU level is very well covered. We have many documents at the expert level. We have the dual career guidelines. Political statement, we have the Council conclusions, which I already mentioned. More technical, academic level, we have the study from 2015. To go further, we have as well the report, which will be published very soon at the end of September. So still there, it's now we are putting in a nice frame, so it will be very soon published, about how member states are implementing the guidelines from 2012. And the last one, I just wanted to show you that EU has as its priority for many, many years, starting from 2011, dual career as direct or indirect priority for their actions. Last sentence, for this next 3 years, one of the guiding objectives is in dual careers. And I think it's important to have it in mind. At the national level, very different situation, because we have different approaches from different member states. Some member states, they have very well developed full systems, like they have already in place institutions who could lead the dual careers, like in Austria you have CADA, you have Wolfgang here, who is leading this organization. I'm sure that he can give you later on a bit more details about this. We have UK and of course TAS, we have INSEP in France. There is something going on, but on the other hand, there are many countries with very good examples, but examples which are very small. One university doing very well in the area of dual career, sport clubs doing very well. But we lack this systematical and holistic approach at the national level. I put here Nordic approach. They are starting something, they are starting looking for their holistic approach. Sweden is now preparing their national guidelines on dual careers. Let's see what will happen. So, we have documents, but we have a tool as well to implement it. Erasmus Plus program, which one of the priorities is dual careers. We have now 15 ongoing projects financed through this tool. 7 more selected in 2017, and in 2018 again dual career will be a priority. Published call will be published in October, so I encourage you to apply. Challenges now. First of all, and still outstanding challenge, which is cooperation. We lack cooperation between education, sport and the labor market. This is very important, and here we have to start. European dimension of dual career. Can I, having a Polish passport, can apply for dual career help in other country? Is it good? Is it bad? Should we allow this? This is a question somewhere there. Mobility. Do we need maybe a central agency, an institution at the European level to help athletes to find, if they want to travel, to find their education institution? Maybe yes, maybe not. This is something to be discussed. More, I call it athlete-oriented policy. It's an athlete who is in the center, and we should more talk to him and look at him and try to help him. Communication. Sometimes athletes, it's not for them easy to be in touch, to follow. We should be more maybe into social media where they are there and try to communicate with them in this area. I put as a last one, triple careers. What does it mean? Dual careers, education, work, sport, but maybe there is something more, like family. We spoke about the bit different situation of females. This is another challenge which we should discuss. So, I had answers for your 3 questions. Why dual career is a topic? Because we want to help athletes to find their place later on at the labor market, and then to be prepared to life after their career. What has been done at EU level? A lot. We have policy, we have expert documents, and we have financial tool, so we are able to support initiatives at the European level. What are the challenges? Cooperation. We need to cooperate to be more effective and to better help athletes. Last but not least, since on Saturday we'll kick off with the European Week of Sport, I wanted to invite you to go to our website and have a look what's going on in your respective countries and try to participate and be active during whole week, not only on Saturday when we will kick off, but during the whole week. So thank you very much. I think it was 10 minutes. Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Agata. If there is one short question to Agata relating to his very informative talk regarding dual career and European Union. If not, then let me introduce the next speaker, whom you already know, Claudia Bockel, the former chair of the Athletic Commission and also a multiple medal winner. And she will give the talk of the importance of education in athletes' career. So, please.
I will try, I'm not sure if this is on, I will try not to repeat what I said before, but it's not going to be that easy. So I work now for the Adecco Group. Sorry for a little bit of advertising here, but it's a partner of the International Olympic Committee and the International Paralympic Committee on the Athletes' Career Program. I thought I'd explain a little bit about my own pathway, and this is a picture from the screen is too big, the picture is not so good. 1997, it's actually at the moment where I realized it is not easy to combine a sporting career with education. I was a junior world champion in 1992 and 1993, and I thought, okay, now I can do anything I want. I am the best of the best, and my career path is open. So you know what? I need to decide what kind of education I want. Economics, I thought, is interesting, or chemistry, I thought, is interesting. And then I thought, all right, maybe I will do something what not everybody does, so I started to study chemistry. I did underestimate totally the amount of time that you need to study chemistry, and the amount of time that you need to transfer from being a junior in a sport to being a senior on a top level. So I struggled for quite a bit. I was in the German fencing team in 1993. I qualified at the senior level, and in 1994 I did not qualify. I did not manage to combine education and sport at that time. So I realized I have to change something. And it was not until 1997, after having competed in Atlanta at the Olympic Games, I could have gotten into the finals. I didn't. It was not my best result, and I thought, okay, I need to change something. And actually here, 1997 World Championships in Cape Town, I decided that I wanted to change what I did. So I decided to to separate sports and education. So I went to a different university, in a different city, even in a different country. As I'm half Dutch and half German, I decided to study in the Netherlands, because at that time, it's not like that anymore, fortunately, but at that time, there was more support for education. Not that they would give me my degree, but there was more flexibility. In Germany, they said, we don't really care what you do outside of your education, but and you can win medals and you can go out drinking. As long as you are not here, you have a problem. So that was what got me into athlete representation, because I thought this has to be solved. This can be solved. If it's being done in the Netherlands, why can it not be done in Germany? So that's how I started my career, which eventually came into chairing the IOC Athletes Commission. Not only that, I did manage, after many years, to get my degree in chemistry. They supported me so much at that university in the Netherlands that I did not see the need to really study that much. So it took me quite a while to get my degree. I was 35. And then I decided, well, actually, I wanted to do a PhD, and then my sister said, "Are you crazy? You are 35. You finished your degree just now. You finished your sporting career, and now you want to continue at university. Why don't you want to see the real life?" And then I thought, okay, that's maybe a good idea. Since I wanted to do economics anyway, I started as a management consultant, and I did struggle for quite a bit, but that's a different story, because it is difficult when you are 35 and you start with other people that are 10 years younger, 2 degrees, maybe also a semester abroad, many other things. So that was not an easy start, but I think it was very important to really see what is life outside of sports, because you are in quite a bubble as an athlete. But I always thought education is important, and that's why I put that picture on the right, and I'm very proud of that, because now I'm actually a university professor, and I received an honorary PhD. So my sister was right, I did not need to go back to university to get that degree. A little bit about that. As I thought, this is so important, when I was chair of the IOC Athletes Commission, I tried to pursue this very much, because Agatha, you said it, not everybody is a Claudia, not everybody needs to be a Claudia, not everybody can do it, a university degree. Nevertheless, it is important that the awareness is there. And that's why in 2008, I was elected to the IOC Athletes Commission, and we expanded the Athletes Career Program onto 3 pillars: education, life skills, and employment. So not only focusing on the employment part, but also looking at the education part. I think a very important pillar, and as you can see here, it is actually at the top. You need some kind of education to ensure that you have a success in life after sports. The IOC Athletes Career Program is also focusing on that, and if you see on the left, that's actually me in the red t-shirt. We are trying to raise awareness, peer-to-peer awareness, doing workshops with athletes around the world, and really explaining that it is important to plan your life, to continue, that there is a life afterwards, and Gerd said it, you have another 35, maybe even more years in life afterwards. So it has been a focus, and that's actually why I started last year with the Adecco Group, because they want to continue with this Athletes Career Program. But we also focus, and I think this is a topic that's also very important, on the Paralympic side of it. Paralympic athletes should also have the benefit of an education, and especially, and well, you can see it in the US, 1 in 3 Americans would probably not hire someone with a physical disability, and Paralympic athletes are also great athletes. And if you look at, well, we're doing outreaches there as well, but if you look at this slide, about 15% of the world population has a disability. So we focus very much on that, and that's why when I started last year with the Adecco Group, we implemented the Global Sports and Inclusion Day. I just wanted to mention it because it's also my sport, of course, fencing. But also to show that Paralympic athletes are also part of this. And it was quite a successful one for the first time. We had 41 countries. We had the target of 5 countries. Now we had 41, and we included, of course, also refugee athletes and many other disadvantaged groups. But the solution to this, education, I think it was mentioned before, digital. Why don't we just all give online learning to athletes? It doesn't matter if you have a disability, it doesn't matter if you're an athlete, it doesn't matter, you can do it anytime, anywhere, right? Is that the solution? Your digital life starts under the age of 2 already, and a third of the children's pictures are online already, so probably everybody that is now above the age of 1 has some kind of digital footprint already. This is outdated, but it's still there for those. I think maybe in the front you don't remember this disc anymore. So, online, right? You're online all the time, everything is new, you can find everything there. So why don't we just all go back to online learning, or forward to online learning? That is when I met my fellow athlete at the International Athletes Career Program Forum in Beijing. He said, for me it is important to be around normal. Don't know normal is the right word, Guy, you made a good comment on that during coffee break, but I have to be out of the sports bubble. So all the facilities that I can have as an athlete, well, online learning is not so easy because you need to take the time for that. And as I said, the flexibility that I had in my education made me do less than I should have done, and online learning could be that. Yao Ming said, if I am in a class only with athletes, I am still separate from the world. So he sits there with regular students. He said, I want to have a regular degree. He's taller than everybody else. He's older than everybody else, and people recognize him. But he said, I really need this. Otherwise, I will struggle in my life afterwards. So the solution is not to create something special for athletes. The solution is not to just do everything online, but we need to have something in between. And that's why, and this is by no means a fully scientific chart, but when we go to school as an athlete, it's easy because we have to do it. We have to combine school and sport if we want to do sports. Some do an education, some do vocational training, some go immediately into sport. But many times during that sport period, we have an education. Gert said it. He had an education. In the US, we have an education. In the UK, you have an education relatively early. What do you do then in that time when you're doing sport, you're doing professional sports, and then those 10 years maybe, then you want to go back to the labor market, then you want to start to work, but you have an old degree, time has changed. You may have this degree, but it is relatively old, and you have no work experience. So I think what we should focus on also is the education in that part during your sport career, maybe after your sport career, but after your sport career, well, the example of my sister, do I really want to go back to education when I'm already at a certain age? Is that the time? Do I have the money? When I stopped with fencing, I really had to work because I didn't have the money to do an education for 2 or 3 years. So I think during the sport career, we have to look at additional education, maybe a part online education, maybe a part on-the-job education. And I think the rector said it. A lot of 3 times more people are already in the labor market coming back to the university and doing some kind of additional education, a lifelong learning. Maybe we should look into that. Internships, I think, is extremely important to get work experience for athletes. And also maybe mentoring, knowing what is necessary, not saying, okay, I have a degree and I will worry about it when I am finished with my sports. So I think we need not only focus on the first part of the education, but also on the second block that is on the top right. and then to find the right pathway for athletes. It shouldn't be a shortcut. It looks like a shortcut, but it should not be a shortcut. We need to design the right path for athletes. And therefore, we realized, when speaking to Guy from TAS, we realized we don't even know what we know. Is there enough research already done? What is the research that has been done? So we started a joint project, and I think a few people next to Guy are sitting there as well, helping us on getting a database on all the research there is on the topic of dual career, put it on a website, so it's currently under construction, and to really see where is the gap in the research. Do we maybe already know more from the research, and to see what really is necessary, what is needed, and also for everybody to use who is working with dual career. And I would like to see that the next step is everybody who is doing a PhD, everybody who has an interesting piece of research to also get in touch with us so that we can include and have really a fully fledged database so that everybody can get better on the topic of dual career. That was what I wanted to say. I think I stayed within the time as well. Almost, okay, almost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. Are there any questions from the audience, please? Well, I guess no.
Okay.
What? Okay. Kairis has.
Thank you very much, Claudia, for your very interesting presentation, and it's so nice to have you in Estonia. We are so happy that you came, because we know that you are very busy. My question is about your work in ADEC Group. You work with several national Olympic committees. How many are them at the moment? And what are the first steps we should do if our Olympic Committee would like also to be guided by ADECO Group? Thank you.
We have currently 32 countries where there is an agreement between the National Olympic Committee and the ADECO Group in a country. The ADECO Group is in 60 countries around the world. I don't think there is an office in Estonia. So that would be kind of a prerequisite for that. Nevertheless, we do a lot of outreach activities. So I actually personally will come back to Tallinn in a few weeks to do a workshop with athletes and also with young athletes to explain to them that it is important to plan your life and to see what is the interest of the athletes. But we have several countries where who are interested in working together with us, where we don't have the ADECO Group in the country itself, and we try to work together with neighboring countries. So that could be a good opportunity, and for me it would be good as well, because we have an agreement between our CEO and the IOC president that 50 countries should be signed up by 2020. On the other hand, we also agreed on having 1,000 athletes placed by 2020. So we really want to push to support athletes with this program. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Claudia.
Thank you.
And now, as we
another
promised,
present. Thank you very much. Thank you.
our next speaker is Mr. Guy Taylor, who is the director of Talented Athletes Scholarship scheme, and he will tell us about dual career framework in sport and education stakeholders and their task. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I do apologise for those of you that spent the morning with me. You're going to have to hear my voice again, and some of the presentation is some of the stuff you may have heard this morning, but I'll try and put a different slant on what I'm going to talk about. Nice title, Dual Career Framework in Sport and Education, Stakeholders and Their Tasks, How to Coordinate their Partnership to Work as a System. Just a small 15 minutes, very easy. So when I started, I thought, right, why am I here? Why have they asked me? I'm the National Director of TAS. I currently, all those documents that Agatha listed earlier, been involved in, chaired the committees that done it. I know a little about dual career. And I've worked in dual career for about 15 years, and I'll still say I only know a little of it, because it is such a wide topic that you are always learning in it. You're never, ever going to actually be the expert in, because there's triple career. There's sport and life, sport and work, sport and education. It's very difficult to understand the full pathway of dual career. Everybody's talked about dual career today, but I thought it'd be interesting, before I get quickly onto the partnerships and the stakeholders, what is dual career? There's been a few things flashed up there and said, oh, this statement of we want to balance. So, TAS. We've done dual career for what is 14 years, what we believe to be dual career for 14 years. It is our model. A lot of the discussions that have gone on this morning are discussions that we've sat in rooms and had long debates, years of practice at, and we're still learning. There are a lot of things this morning that I sat there and thought, we've had that discussion, we've gone through that process, and we now have a lot of data with regards athletes, how they progress through the pathway, who has to support them, how they are supported. The last two lines, as I said this morning to the people, I don't like putting up the last two lines there to show that dual career works, because dual career actually isn't about winning a medal. It's about the athlete and them progressing. Can they be their best at sport, and can they achieve their education potential? It's not a programme to produce you medal winners. It's a nice side outcome that you should always encourage, but it's about the individual. So, to answer the question, we need to understand dual career. Some of you will have seen this before, but I'll go through it very quickly. There are a lot of systems out there that will identify themselves as dual career. And in some way, you can argue they are all trying to help the athlete. But, as Agatha said, there's lots of little pockets of one university doing something, or a sport doing something, or an organisation doing a bit. But what they generally do is they then fall into what their comfort zone is, how they can help them. So they will have an athlete studying sports courses because all that's available. Or actually, that's the one lecturer that will give the flexibility to that athlete. When we started TAS, 80-odd% of our athletes were doing sports courses. That's now dropped down to 30% because we've built a system that allows the athlete to follow the appropriate course for them. If they want to be a doctor, they should be a doctor. They shouldn't have to do sports studies or sports coaching because that's the only degree they can do. That's not dual career. You're already altering an athlete's pathway and their future. It's not a student on a scholarship to represent a university sporting programme. That's very much the NC2A model. You're not there to be developed as an athlete, you're there to represent. It's a professional route. Sorry, Claudia. An athlete receiving a degree because they've got a medal. It happens. Yeah, you've got... No, that's... It happens. It still happens. The athletes are put forward as our role model in dual career. I've got a degree in biomechanics. Where do you study? Oh, I didn't. I got it because I got a bronze medal in the high jump. How is that preparing an athlete for the future? An individual institution attempting to run mini sport programs. Educations or institutions are very, very frustrated sports people that want to run high-performance sport. Organisations offering sticky plaster at the end of their career. So organisations feel we've done something for those athletes. We've run a time management course for them, so we can actually say we've supported their dual career and we're exiting them out. It's not. It's bolting the door when the horse is halfway round the course. If you want to make a difference, it's about supporting the athlete through the whole of their pathway. Not a little bit at the end so you can feel good and say, we've helped those athletes by giving them a course. If you're teaching them to count when they're at the Olympics, you've lost it. An athlete employed because they're Olympian. An athlete should be employed because they are the best person for that job. Discussion earlier frustrated me slightly because what you talked about, a normal person. There isn't a normal person. Sport is very good at overestimating its importance. You've got a normal person and a sports person. Why don't you employ the sports person? Hang on, the normal person has probably volunteered, done ballet, an artist, has loads of other skills. You are in a competitive market. Just because you can put sport or Olympian after the name of the athlete doesn't make them better at that job. So the answer of the rector was, it's the best person for the job, not because they're a sports person. It is developing a partnership to provide an opportunity for an individual to reach their sporting, academic, work and life potential. Quadruple career. Not triple, it's a complicated matter. If you think it's solely down to getting a degree and doing their sport, you're missing so much. We've been very good in isolating athletes. So for a number of years, we'll give them flexible degrees. 6 years, but you're only in lectures with other sports people. If you look at yourself, if you look at your close confidence people who, basically, who was your best man at the wedding? Who was your maid of honor? Who were they? They are people that you met at university or in your further education. They are your support mechanism. So what we find is that athletes who maybe follow a flexible process, actually when they come to retire, are actually being socially isolated. So it's not just a retirement issue, it is an integration back into society because they have been isolated out of society. Mind the gap, very quickly. This is what happens. At some point, an athlete's told they're good, and they get moved away from education or into the wrong track of education. And those, for every 10 that has that discussion, one's told they're good, 9 are told they're sorry, you're not going to meet the standard. So sport is actually destroying their talent at an early age. There's so much more in the world out there. Now, as a 16-year-old, you're told you're not going to be a fencer, you're not going to make it to the highest level, they will go and find something else to do. So in the system that's actually been developed in the sport, we're actually reducing the level of talent. So your FISU wanting to expand people doing activity, sport is actually closing people off from activity because rather than encourage them, they're saying, you're no good anymore. That's talent that's lost to the system. So what we want to do is actually do a dual career. Keep those people in sport and in education because they offer so much more. Just because you're not going to win an Olympic medal doesn't mean you're not talented and you don't deserve support. So a lot of work we see in dual career programs, actually they concentrate on athletes here. The education and skills gap. Actually, that's 0.00% of the whole talent out there. If you look at the FISU Universiade, how many of those go into the Olympics? Very small percentage, but they move on. What about the rest? It's the ones that go to the Olympics that get some support from the IOC. It's the rest that need supporting because actually they're the next managers, the next coaches, the next club captains. If you drive them out the sport, you're killing the infrastructure. So, very quickly, how many types of dual career athlete? 5. Student athletes. So everybody's talked about dual career and everybody assumes that a dual career system or stakeholders is the same for all. They're not. That athlete needs different types of support to that athlete down here, where they're playing for the university or maybe their target is the World University Championships. It's balancing the idea. So you have to understand it's not a simple one model fits all stakeholders partnership. It's understanding who is sat in front of you at the time. But in simple terms, they're the stakeholders. Sport, education, athlete, work. When we first set up TAS, I walked into the room with a group of people that they brought together and say, that's your board. They're all the people who are your stakeholders. 13 organisations. From Olympic Committee to Paralympic Committee to University to Committee to university staff to students to the UK Sport, to the Department of Education, to the Department of Sport. They're not the stakeholders, they're interested parties. The stakeholders are the ones that make the commitment, and in each country it's different. But in general terms, performance, sport, education, athlete, work, government and society. They're the stakeholders. What complicates the matters is where there is no direction from here. Because what you end up is you end up with 6 or 7 sports organisations saying, we're responsible, we're the stakeholder here. And they go off and do their own thing. There's no coordination. You end up with pockets of one university doing one thing, one sport doing another. There's no planned approach. So this is the model we work on, the dual career partnerships and stakeholders. You can take this anywhere, and it's about responsibility. In developing a system that supports athletes for the majority of their dual career, and there is, when they come out of what we would call the educational dual career pathway, there is then the skills dual career pathway, which Claudia spoke about the interns and so where you can take education, you can slot education out and put business into there. But that's what each one brings to the party. The issue that you have is that any one time, one of these 3 will be more important. And therefore, they drive the athlete in a certain direction. So, for a university pathway student athlete, this becomes the overriding driver, education sector. For an athlete student, these become the most the driving aspect. But neither education or sport can offer. Sport can't offer education. Why should it? Sports and educator is sport. Sports specialism is sport. Why is sport suddenly decided to be an educator? There is a whole multi-million-dollar business out there of universities, schools, colleges who are experts in education. Once you see a dual career system that they say this is it, but sport's doing everything, it's not right. Why are you excluding the education sector? Or universities excluding sport, saying we'll do everything for that athlete, which is very much a model that's used in the States, where they are both the education and the sport system. But they're not run for the good of the sport or for the sport in general from the country that athlete's at. So what you need is the glue or the grease. Who makes those 3 come together and work as a partnership or a group of stakeholders? That's what's missing in most dual career models that you see. Who brings the expertise, the quality control? Because there are, you can pick any model, and unfortunately, in most cases, if you go to a university or you go to an individual sport, it's an individual who has taken on that commitment. And if that individual leaves, the system dies. And unless you put something in place that makes it sustainable, these partners will start wandering off and doing their own thing. Because ultimately, they do have different goals for that person sat in front of them. What you have to do is have an organisation that has the knowledge and expertise to bring those partners together and those stakeholders, but also to have the power and influence to actually identify who the stakeholders are. Because some of the biggest arguments we had in TAS was, who was responsible for sport? Was it the Olympic Committee? Was it the Paralympic Committee? Was it the Sports Federation? Was it the sports governing bodies? They all have an influence in this. And as soon as something like money, the nasty word, comes into it, everybody has an interest in it. So they all want to be involved. So unfortunately, it comes down to the government actually setting parameters. And until someone within a nation actually stands up and said, this is important to us, there is a need to do this, and this is how the system works, we will end up with pockets of good and bad all over the place. The task model works in the UK. It doesn't mean it will work somewhere else, because each sporting system and each education system is different. It's finding the skill to bring those stakeholders together and actually identify the correct stakeholders.
Thank you. If there is a short question, we can find time for that. There is a lady from the third row, Laura.
Thank you. I'm Laura from the International Sports and Culture Association, and I wanted to ask, what do you think about the Olympic Athletes Hub? To my understanding, they only offer training exclusively to former athletes, Olympians, and also some special promotions. I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
It goes back to my comment, if you're teaching an athlete to count at the Olympics, you've lost the battle. And it is for Olympians or youth Olympians, and some of the content is good, but it's not at the right athletes. It probably needs to be, their communication and their information should be at a lower level, that the stuff that goes out there, because a lot of the athletes that need the type of support that's been offered on the Athlete Hub, the Olympics is a distant dream. And actually the work that the IOC might do with FISU, it's disseminating the information to the right level. And that's an issue that the IOC have when they actually say that we want to do dual career, want to help athletes. The athletes that they have their that they can touch and make a difference to, it's too late. It's past them. They need to get to the lower level, and they're not doing that at the moment. And I don't think they quite understand how to.
Maybe if we're talking about the Olympic athletes, Hub or the athlete learning gateway, the Athletes Hub is open for everybody. The Athletes Hub is open for every. Sorry, Guy, to interfere. The Olympic Athletes Hub is open for everybody, apart from two sections. I think one is the forum where discussions can be, and the other one is the offers. So all the rest really is open, and the Athlete Learning Gateway is for everybody. And I think they're trying to find what is the best target group, etc. Because yes, you have to start earlier to reach the athletes, and I think that is the idea. And the Athlete Learning Gateway, with the online courses that are on it, I think they should be teasers, both for athletes to become better in their sport, but also to see what kind of jobs are there around, and what would be the interest of for athletes. Yeah, but they are open to anybody. Also, members of the athletes' entourage can get a go.
But another issue is that most of the content in there is, sorry, I'm not going to upset the sector of the audience, designed by academics. And the academics that have done research in dual career have actually done research mainly based around the university student athletes. And what they need is different to an athlete student. Yet the academics, not understanding the dual career pathway, they've just got access to those athletes, have developed support mechanisms around athletes that they're not actually trying to support. So the understanding of the dual career and what the demands of those athletes is not, because there is not a general consensus of what dual career is wrong. So a lot of the work that goes on here, there's some very some very famous research out there, which in dual career and in transitions and how you support athletes, but actually it's based on circus performers and hot air balloonists, because that's who the person had access to, or the majority of student athletes that maybe played for the university team against the university team next door. Yet what they found from there, they try and assume that that's the same for an Olympian, and it's not. There is very little research. So the work that Claudia talked about, you go out there and you type in dual career student athletes, and it just gives reams and reams and reams of research. But when you actually go through it, I think the current count is about 45 articles. There are only about 45 articles that you can actually say that's about the dual career pathway of an athlete, and it's understood. The majority of the other athletes is research on student athletes, because that's an easy access for academics to get at. And yet they base the whole modelling of support to athletes trying to follow an education or follow learning on those athletes. And it's completely different for the majority.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on with our panel discussion, dual career challenges and solutions. So Mr. Taylor can stay on board, and I will call your team also. So Mrs. Emma Vickers, who is an athlete and a PhD student from Liverpool John Moores University. The next person is Mrs. Agata Czarnowska, Policy Officer of the Sport Unit of the European Commission. I would also like to call Mr. Sergio Lopez Andujar Alonso. He's the tutor in dual career athletes and project manager on sport, education and youth. I would like to call also Mr. Ando Pehme, who is Associate Professor of the University of Tartu and was partner in Dual Career Winner Project. And finally, I would like to call Mr. Tarmo Meresmaa, who was actually a student and, to our knowledge, made the only one scientific work so far that has been related to dual career. So please, Guy.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you for joining us. What we hope to do today is actually look at dual career in more detail and actually give some practical examples of how things have supported athletes, how we've worked, what organisations can do to support, but actually what key challenges people have in following this and the struggles that they have. So hopefully we'll identify some key issues and struggles, and then hopefully between the experts that we have here, from the academic, from the professional sports students, we can actually say, and these are some solutions that are out there. So I'm going to start with Emma, who has spent 3 years studying this, so hopefully will give us a very detailed and very insightful answer. You've been a dual career athlete. Mm-hmm. You've been supported by TAS for a number of years, and you've spent 3 years now studying the key transitions of student athletes. Yep. What do you think the key points are for, as an athlete's point of view, what do you think are the key points for athletes in terms of dual career?
So the key time points?
Yeah.
So the first one I would think of is the decision of which universities to actually attend. So I think that's a really key time point for a aspiring elite athlete. I think there are many things based around that decision, things like what support can that university provide for me? Is it close to my training? Does it have the right course that I want to do, which will lead me into the profession I want to go in? And I think, speaking from a personal and a research perspective, I think I won't be afraid in admitting that I think I chose the wrong university. In that, well, at the time I was making the decision, there were actually no other top athletes in my sport who were at university, and so I didn't really know where to turn to for advice or inspiration. And instead I chose a local university, Nottingham-Trent, which was really good to me, but I think I would have preferred to go to one which was close to the National Training Centre, and so I don't think I anticipated the kind of challenge that I would have in terms of having to get there 3 times a week, and that really, I think, had quite a negative effect on my well-being, potentially, because I was drained, I was tired, and I think if I was to look back, I would perhaps think about preparing for that transition a little bit better, so thinking a little bit more detail about, okay, what are the next 3 years of my life actually going to be like? What are they actually going to entail? So I think that pre-transition period is key, and I think that's certainly something from my own research I'm looking to improve on. And I think it is a problem with access, obviously, to the athletes, but I think pre-transition preparation is an area where practitioners could work on helping the athlete. one other period I would talk about, which I think is important, from a personal perspective again and a research perspective, would be the transition out of university. And I say this from the point of view of an athlete who left university and I wasn't necessarily going to go on to podium funding. However, I'd been supported for 3 years at university, had a number of core support services, and I was at the point where I was thinking, okay, maybe I could take the next step in my sport. However, when I left university, suddenly I lost all that support and basically had nowhere to turn. And so I think there's probably a bit of a gap there in terms of those athletes leaving university who are at an elite world level and those athletes who have the potential to get to that level. So I think there's perhaps some work we could do with those athletes.
Just a quick follow-up, because I know I've talked about it when you talked about it there. Are we always in danger of the sector assuming that when we talk about an athlete on a dual career program and education, it's about university? Yep. Where actually, for 50% of the athletes, the university is not the pathway for them? Yep. Do you come across many of those within your research?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was one participant actually had that I remember. She said to me, just after she transitioned into university, she said to me, I made this move because I assumed it was just the path that everyone took. I didn't know there were any other options out there. And me and Guy were talking about earlier, there are other options. There's the army, there's vocational courses, but a lot of the time those athletes just assume that education is the natural path to take.
Okay. Sergio, do you see a difference between professional sports and those maybe following what I would call the more Olympic approach to the development?
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you. Let me see. Between Olympic, I come from futsal, so futsal unfortunately is not an Olympic game, an Olympic sport, but it's true that where I was a professional futsal player, and when you are under the umbrella of a club, under the umbrella of the professional way of life, style of life, it's too difficult to get close to the university, to get close to the studies. It's difficult, okay, in this way. Why? One of the main goals that we have now in our association of futsal players is to try to give awareness to the young people about the main importance to study as soon as possible, to make that kind of pathway easier to them. So between in the way of Olympic, I'm not sure, because it depends of the sports. Because we can find sports like gymnastic with 14, 15, 16 years old, and maybe another sports with the elites they are older. So it's difficult to try to get to find that difference. Anyway. If you try to improve them, their motivation to study as soon as possible, always is going to be better. I always say to them when they are young, about 16, 18, 16 until 20, it's like, okay, what are you going to be at the future? Okay, we want to be maybe Olympic athletes or world champion in futsal or wherever. And okay, it's good, but after that, what do you want to be after that? So that's the key when they start to realize that they have to do another life. They have to work in another life. So I think this is the moment to keep them and show the right pathway of dual career.
In your research that you looked at the Estonian Olympians, does what's been said here marry with what you found?
Welcome everybody from me as well.
Yes, indeed. I did look into Estonian case, specifically focused on Olympic athletes. And there are a lot of similarities, what Emma has told personally and through the studies that she had found athletes entering into a higher education system. The challenges there in UK, probably in other countries, are similar to Estonia as well. I'd say mostly related to a proper access to information, and there's nobody actually telling to athletes what are those expected or the coming impacts to their professional sport competition and training schedules. So they are unaware of what would become if they would go to education system. There's nobody actually who knows that, and therefore athletes in Estonia at that phase of their career are a bit afraid of taking too many challenges and at one time. So they either keep on doing sports after their secondary education system. And also the challenges during the career and after the retirement, similar again to what we heard from UK and other countries as well. But we can go specific maybe later on as well.
In terms of universities, what do you think universities can do to help alleviate the issues that athletes have? Am I at the right university? Am I getting the right support? Because you were part of a winners EU-funded project that looked at how academically elite athletes can be supported.
Thank you. We participated at University of Tartu in lifelong learning program or project, right? It's a new educational model winner. And then so we are doing such kind of research. And there was, were participating 5 universities across Europe leading the program. Rovaniemi Applied University in Finland, Austria, Salzburg University, Maribor, Slovenia, Rome for the University for the Italico Rome, and TAS system from UK. And we find some very interesting findings. First, as you previous topic mentioned, that most who are cares and supporting these athletes, students are parents and peers. And then the other side, the students, athletes like to have more supporting to find foundations and found, as said previous talk, more find the information, how find the funding, how find supporting systems. And the other side was very interesting, flexibility study and supporting from academic persons, and even supporting from academic persons are higher than the other side, supporting and care from coaches and sport administration. It was a little bit less than supporting from academic side. But of course, it's understandable. It's an examination plan we can move, but competition we can't move.
The EU's role in dual career, is it about delivering or educating? You talked about here the need for information. Is that one of the roles that you see the EU being there to assist the athletes with?
One of.
You can give me more if you want.
but yeah, let's say it like this. I just wanted to make one comment about assisting, when we speak about assisting athletes. It's EU Commission cannot be seen as direct assistant of athletes, because this is not possible. We need to assist universities, organizations in this context. But the Winner project, which is very interesting because we speak about the cooperation always between sport and education, but the Winner project was in fact financed from the education part of the now Erasmus Plus. Before it was a lifelong learning program. But this is interesting. So there is a willingness from the education point of view to support those kind of projects. But more precisely for your question, what we can do, we can of course support projects like this, like cooperation between different organizations. But as well, what I think the role of the Commission and the whole EU is a bit, it's advocacy, because when working for a few years in this area, I've noticed that the national administration, both responsible for sport or education, they are not aware that there is a need there. So we see, the Commission sees its role in this context to advocate a bit towards, to convince them, to attract them to this topic, that there is something they should finance.
Next question. There is no wrong or right answer to this, but when a young person is developing, they have a right, as a young person, to be educated. That's one of the fundamental rights within Europe, that you are educated to the best of the ability there. Sport can take that athlete out of that system that's been designed by the nation to actually say, no, we think you're good at sport, so we're going to help you with sport. But it removes them from what would be the normal structure for their right to be educated. Who actually has responsibility to look after that athlete's education and its future? Is it an education issue, or is it a sport issue? There is multi-million pounds put in by member states to develop an education system. Sport takes that athlete out of it. Whose responsibility is that athlete and their future?
I'm thinking, for example, I'm thinking about two, I'm sure that there's more, but about two bodies of responsibility could be. One, the associations of the players, of the athletes, who in theory take care about them in a very different ways, like an union, like several unions as employees, sorry, and two, the clubs. Maybe even though the federation, but I'm thinking about the clubs. The clubs usually has all the structure, all the ages until the end of the pathway of the sport. If it's possible to stay in that club, because that club has the responsibility of give not only technicals, tacticals, education about the sport, all the thing that around that sport. Not only that, they are responsible. The coaches and the club has the responsibility about give the values, give all the structure to be secure, to learn all the values, all the main values about the sport, and not only in that age. I'm thinking about, and in fact, I'm working with the elite professional futsal players in Spain about why the club has to worry about only the develop, only the rendimiento. I'm thinking Spain, sorry, Spanish. About how they work in their usual day, in their competition or whatever. Not only that responsibility, we have the responsibility of give another chance to keep on study, restart the study. Someone here talk about is not late to start to study something. We have several examples about it with 28, 29. Restart to study, and it's never late to do this. And the club has the responsibility.
So that's a sport. That's sport taking responsibility that they've removed an athlete. Therefore, they need to address that athlete.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it is the sport's responsibility, especially if they've made a decision that that athlete has to be at training at certain times. I think it is then their responsibility to then be the ones to facilitate their development as a person, their education.
I have to disagree with both of you a bit, because it's quite interesting, because you are athletes, but I would say it's education. My first answer, direct, it's more education. Then, of course, in the perfect world, probably both of them share responsibility, but this is more in the perfect world. But the first one is education, because athletes are in the system, and it's education responsibility. It's them to educate them up to a certain moment. And then sport part should be responsible more for the sport development, but of course understanding the educational needs.
Yes, please. Sorry, I thought about two bodies, but of course there's several bodies that have the responsibility for sure.
It's not saying that sport has to deliver the education.
That's right.
Because it's education delivers the education.
Yes.
But who is the one that has to take some sort of personal responsibility? So if I take the TAS model, just before I come to you, the funding for TAS is actually sport funding. But the actual solution is the education system.
Exactly.
It's sport have said, we've created an issue here, we need to address it, we'll put some funding into it, but it's actually the education sector that addresses that issue because they are the experts. It's been able to allow the education sector the flexibility to do the changes that they need.
I support Agata. Big responsibility is on the universities, because university education actually serve the society. It's serving, and they must do that. They can, and they must education system little bit changed, or more changed, for supporting, and not only sport athletes. It's other areas too, art, musician, creative areas. I think it's a big challenge for universities and academic education.
In terms of Estonian athletes, did they get the support from either?
Yes and no. I've asked both and talked both to those active athletes and also those by now already retired athletes, and during my study I've mapped those stakeholders, say, around athlete. Obviously stakeholders related to more sports, like sports organizations, coaches, National Olympic Committee, and those in education systems, and also the life, like family and friends and other stakeholders. What athletes have said in an Estonian case, that they are more or less satisfied what education has provided so far. They're looking more towards sports and especially to sports organizations, and especially in a phase while retiring the sports. What happens then? Then sport organizations tend to leave them alone. They get more from the education system, what they've said. But it's an interesting topic, and the debate still continues. Who has more responsibility? It's a topic that tends to fall between each party. And therefore, I like a guy that you have pointed out, the X factor, who is gluing all those together. That's missing. If in Estonian case we would not find the gluer, then we would be debating the same topic next year and years to come as well, because the responsibility without any governmental decision or something, tends to fall again between all of the parties.
Maybe athletes are as well responsible for their own career later on. No, it's about what we discussed about the awareness raising. The moment they know that that they should think about themselves. I don't know. Probably you knew that at one point. You need to think about the work. It was not that guy came to you and said, "Oh, hi, I think you should think about this." But
there is, it's a very sweeping statement. But Olympic athletes generally will go, "Well, my pathway is to." There is an education bent towards them that they, this is my pathway through education because that's how I'm going to become an Olympian. Professional athletes are slightly different. We're actually, if you talk to professional footballers, by the time they're 13, they know they're going to pack in school if they're any good. It's because that's the system that's been ingrained in them. Particularly in the UK, it might be different in other places, and futsal might be slightly different. But particularly in Olympic, there is as you said, there was that athlete that you met that actually assumed that I have to go to university. It's not actually about what's best for me. The system is what's best. And in football, everybody goes, "Oh, that athlete's doing a degree." And it's a big shock because that's not what happens. And actually, is it actually we need to get over that I must go to university or I must drop out of education? That's part of the education issue that we have with athletes.
Yeah, and I actually recently read an article from Alex Ferguson saying how there's no way footballers should ever go into education. It's a complete distraction. And I think from someone that's such a high status saying something like that, I think a lot of athletes are going to follow accord with that. So,
not only with the football players. I'm thinking about all the sports who earns enough money to don't think about in the education. That's one of the main things that we have to work on it. For example, in futsal nowadays in Spain, it's like young people with 18, 17, 19 start to earn some money, and it's that way of life. Not all, okay, not all. Fortunately, not all. But it's like, okay, I have some money, I have to go to the train, so it's enough for me. That's where we are working as association to worry about it, to learn them that it's possible. Try to speak with the parents because it's another very, very important pillar, and it's difficult to think about okay, I'm going to earn my life only with the sport, only with the football, only with the basketball in a high level, or for example with the handball in a great leagues or something like this. No, it's very, very difficult, and it depends of the sport. You think, okay, I have to go to the university because I know that even though I am going to be an Olympian, I must to go to the university because I'm not going to earn enough money. It's a kind of mentality that we are trying to change because it's a very difficult way of life, because when you have to end your sport career, you are going to fall in a very, very deep hole. So it's that we are working about.
How do you think the university sector can actually encourage the athletes to actually think about education? I know some athletes go, well, I've got to go to university because fencers, particularly fencers, rowers, people like that, that's what they do. But people like footballers, what can universities do to encourage those type of athletes to think about further study?
I think universities are doing something, and in different countries are the work different. But maybe it's not enough. Universities need so-called full-time students, and maybe it's much more work they must do with planning not full-time, but part-time study in different curriculums. Of course, it's many curriculums not possible, but if it's possible, it must be done. So part-time curriculums.
We've talked about the universities, but if we go to the other sector, the other section of the vocational, lifelong learning, athletes that don't want to go to university, or athletes that start their education when they look to retire through internships, how can the EU help those athletes? Because that sector, it's outside what you would call a framework. What can you do to help athletes that want to be a joiner or a plumber? It's very much a sector that doesn't have a structure like the university.
You put me in troubles now because I'm trying to find a different answer than I already said. What we could do, which is relatively more in practice, it's in a way it's for the Erasmus Plus to put more focus on those kind of projects involving more not. Putting focus more not on universities in this context, but on the other vocational training or internships in this context, and here maybe learning from each other. So partnerships, collaborative partnerships, what we can finance, but as well from the other side a bit to make aware the sector of vocational education that they should maybe kind of promote their professions, their education for athletes as well. So in a sense, maybe cooperate with sport organizations. So the answer would be more or less the same, through financing or through advocacy and awareness raising. This is our two tools we can use. Not very original, I'm sorry, Guy, but.
I'm determined to get you to commit some money.
All right. My boss just left, so now I can commit to.
I want to add something just about what you said this morning. It's about dual career. Is about you try to combine your sport with someone to study, to be employable in the future. But why? But how? Which is the best question is how to a player who is playing whole his life, and he didn't study, is like they are playing always. So we are in one of the Erasmus Plus project that we are in as association of futsal player is a goal. It's about the gamification and the activities online to support the dual career. Maybe gamification is we are trying to translate how to learn. In a way about gamification. It's a very, very new concept. How to, in a serious game, because as a player, as athletes, you are always gaming. So if we are trying to translate how to learn about entrepreneurship, about the personal skills, about several things, about communication that we said before, how to improve that kind of skills. And we are looking for, let's see, how to improve that kind of things. Maybe it's another way to discover.
It's probably a statement to make here that a lot of these panels or discussions or conferences that I go to very much focus on the university side and athletes going through degrees and that. But actually one of the most active sectors in dual career and support of athletes is actually the players' unions on the professional side. They are actually some of the most advanced groups in terms of supporting dual career, particularly on the vocational side, like the French Rugby Association. You know, there are some really good examples out there in professional sport that look at the vocational side, because their athletes have left the education system much earlier, therefore the vocational training is a far better step in for them. So it's the one area that I do notice that when there are conferences and that, because it's academic-led, we generally focus on the university side. But actually there's some very good practice and some good funded work through the EU out there on the professional sports side. And actually it's worth going to see and look at those and learn from them, because there is very different characteristics between Olympic and professional sports.
Yeah, no, I think going back to the point about saying a dual career is not just about being in education, but I actually think the vocational side is really important as well. And what I found in my final study of my PhD is that those athletes who left university and they did a degree in, say, sports science, they were completely confused where to go because there were so many different options, whereas those athletes who completed a course which is what we would say is a bit more direct, so a direct pathway to a career, so for example teaching, engineering, real estate, things like that, they actually adapted to their life after university and after sports much more successfully than those athletes that actually completed courses such as sports science, psychology, things like that.
You've sat through a number of presentations today, a number of panels. Looking back at your study, what, if you could do something different, how would you help the athletes the current and the past that you talk to? What's the one thing you would do differently now if you could change it within Estonia? And there's probably people out there that you can influence if you get this question right.
Do you kind of mean my study specifically, or you mean a larger scale?
From your knowledge of what you've learned about Estonia and the system, what the athletes have been through, what do they need? What did you know, if you came away from this going, if we could just change that?
There's nothing to change in Estonia because we're missing everything.
Yeah.
to be honest, we don't have specific dual career program or any measures. One that was mentioned is it's just a scholarship program, and everything other are non-formal agreements or negotiated deals by each athlete towards the education system, and the deals happen or not they happen. So it doesn't follow any agreements. So what I would recommend, having heard those of the discussions and staying realistic in Estonia, not proposing any recommendation that foresee lots of funding. So I would recommend both the education and sports side to agree sort of a common understanding that this is an issue, that there are challenges for those top athletes. So we start raising awareness. So I would recommend to continue with the debate so that each party or stakeholders around athlete, including athletes involved, understand that there are issues on board. So a common understanding or some common policy, something that parties agree to act according to, is something most relevant. Doesn't need any investment initial cost that we obviously wouldn't find anyway. So this is something that is not in the present at the moment. That could be. That could help.
Something can do universities, but in my mind, big limitation is our law. So our higher education is free for students. Government paid, and if they paid for education, they said and do that. And for athletes, it's a problem. They not able every year collect such amount of credits to be on level. If they lose the credits, they can pay. It's the most big problem for athlete students. in Estonia, yes, no.
If there's one thing you could change to help athletes?
In Estonia.
No, I'll let you go. No, in general.
In general, from what I've learned as an athlete and research-wise, well, I think really it's about, I think in the UK, being a student athlete, it's quite a good life. It's comfortable. You get funding, you get support. You know, it's fun. I think there's a lot of support available as a student athlete, but I think all too often those athletes aren't fully engaging with it. And so, you know, the advice I always give to athletes is, you know, use every last bit of support you can, because when you leave university, it won't be there anymore. So I think engagement with all support is key.
Well, as Claudia, I was studying for 12 years. So what I could say, I think that the main thing is to keep on pushing, be patient, and when we are professional, we have to understand that first you are professional, and after you are a student. Maybe we are in the part of athlete student, you know, but that's our rules. But inside that rules, we cannot forget that we must try to study, because we are realized about that. We are realized the lake about the after our retirement is going to be very, very difficult. So for us, about my experience in Spain is some universities is making easier the way to study, but it depends always of what do you study. And it's a real thing that we have. Because science, sports science, physiotherapists, all that study that we know that it's easier to combine. But another studies, the university said that, sorry, you must stay in the practice, you must stay in the class. So in that way, we have to improve. We have to develop a lot that kind of career, dual career. So, but anyway, in a light of hope, it's true that many educational structures they are realized that they have to change, they have to adapt, and they have to make easier for all the athletes to develop themselves.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to questions, I just want to underline the reason why. Now, Wolfgang will shout at me if I get his research wrong here, but CADA in Austria did some research with regards dual career athletes. The percentage of athletes that after their athletes have finished their athlete career that actually don't have to work again because they've generated enough income. You know, they're comfortable off, you know, they've been paid enough, they've been looked after, they've banked it across both professional and Olympic sports. And non-Olympic sports really is 2%. So for every 100 athletes that we talk about, only 2 of them will generate enough income during their sporting career not to have to work. It is a serious issue. That's why we talk about it. So thank you very much for your attention, but it probably got about some time for some questions before the next.
Yes. I already see one hand there, so please.
I'll ask you.
No.
Thank you. Thank you for this interesting debate. I would like to raise an issue related with the last intervention of Guy. And it's related the problems that the top athletes have to get into the labor market. And related to dual career, the title of the panel discussion, it says dual career challenges. Now, in Spain, now we are facing an issue, a tough issue is how about the social security of the top athletes? because as Claudia, Sergio, and many others can explain, I mean, it is difficult for them just not only to study, but then to start working. And in many cases, they can't work so long to get all the rights that they should. And so I raised this issue that I think is for us is a really top challenges, but I would like to know your opinion. Should the system, the government, or who else face how to cope with this problem that I think is they are really very well prepared. They have been studying for so many years. They have been working as top athletes. And what about your rights? Thank you.
Well, my comment to that is that yes, there are issues. So if an athlete comes to retire, they've been educated, they've served their country, because some people look at it at that stage, you know, they've represented their country, and they now look for a job. I think there are two issues that you need to address. Has the country done everything to give them the skills to get into employment? If that's the case, why are they any other different to any other graduate looking for a job? Because there is a sense of entitlement in some athletes that I've given 10 years to the country and I've run for the country and I've represented you, therefore I am entitled to be looked after. If the country has done nothing to support them, that is an issue. You know, it needs to be addressed. I know Claudia will come in because it's very much, there is a big debate within the athletes about athlete entitlement, that there comes a point where I believe if you've done everything you can to help that athlete, when do they stop being an athlete and they become a member of public, like any other member of public, like someone that's been a ballet dancer or, you know, someone that's, you know, a classical music, you know, that their career has ended and they now become something else. I know.
Yeah, I do think it is a major issue, and I said I studied very long. I've only worked for 5 years of my life, and I'm 44 years old. When I get to retirement, I have a huge issue. I don't have a gap. I have a Grand Canyon of missing in my pension scheme, and that is not only because of my longer education, etc. It is just extremely difficult if you are a top athlete to work next to it. You can work, but you can never work really full time, so you will always have a gap there. And I think there is a necessity to do something like that, especially in certain countries where you are expected, where you are supported, but only supported at that time, and not expected to do anything else but sport. And then in certain countries it's done in a better way, where you're in the military, which is not for everybody either, but you have at least those pension scheme things, but sometimes you get a stipend or something to do your sport, but nothing for your pension scheme. So I think this is an important debate to do. I don't know if there's anything to do on that. I would like to solve it in the country where I'm now, where I competed for, Germany, because athletes are struggling there. Yeah.
Somebody tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe, haven't France just passed a law with regards to that?
Yes, exactly. And I mean, in certain countries, you get a retirement at the age of 35, I think. Look at Hungary or some of the former Yugoslav countries, I think Russia as well. That is the support that you get in addition to no matter what kind of job you do. So there's a big difference in how the countries deal with it, and I would like to see it in certain Western European countries to be solved in addition.
Any other? Is there any questions more from the audience? We have time for at least one question. If no, then thank you very much for being in the panel. We have a little presents for all of you. And
Thank you. Thank you.
And we really do thank you for the interesting discussion.
Thank you.
We have come to the final presentation of today. And the speaker is Mr. Humberto Felipe da Silva Ricardo, who is advisor to the Secretary of the State and Sports of the Government of Portugal. And his topic is units of support to high performance in schools, good practice from Portugal. Please.
Can I use this?
Yes, you can.
So, good afternoon, Estonia. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I should like to thank you for the invitation to be present in this conference. In a brief way, the dual career project that we are developing in Portugal. The project began in 2016 in a school here and will be complete in 2009. We want to develop this project slowly, but in a safe way, according with the recommendation of the European Union about this important area of intervention. So, let's start. These are our goals. I think it's over there. Reconcile the school and sports success of young people. We start with people with 12 till 18 years old who are in high performance regime to belong to the national teams or with potential sport talents. Are different people. Through an effective articulation between school parents, school federations, municipalities, and other stakeholders. And the next step, we want to extend this project to the university, to higher schools. At the beginning, we start with the elementary school, because we think that here is the problem. So we start with the elementary school. So this is our organizational model. We have 3 levels. Strategy level, by the Minister of Education, by the Secretary of State of Youth and Sports. Below you have the Board of Education and the Portuguese Institute of Sports and Youth. So work together with us. And below we have the national coordinator of the units. And this national coordinator work with the school and all the stakeholders. So this is an operational level, and we create a system to ensure a good coordination and a flow of information between all these organizations. So, these slides, you can see the types of the school that we have now. So, we have the national network. The national network, we have the schools who are prepared to lead with this process. But we start always with the pilot schools. And these pilot schools have 1 year of experience to consolidate the process of this system. So, and we have the associated schools. We have small schools that are supported by the national network school. So we start the project, like I told, in 2016 with 4 schools and then pilot schools. So after finish the school, we make the evaluation of these schools, and all the school had the conditions to belong to the national networks. So now in 2017 we will increase. So these 4 schools passed to the national network schools. Now we will work with more 5 pilot school and 1 associated school. This school will work more with the disability athletes. students. Will be a great project. And we will start with the pilot with experience in the universities. So we will be the same until 2019. And we want to be in the national network, 12 or 13 schools who cover all the country. So you can see here the schools that we have. The blue one belongs now to the national network. The green one are the pilots schools that we will start to work in this year, and we will have in the year of 2008, 18 and 19 more 3 or 4 schools. So all the schools are near of the ice sports centers. And we have some criteria to the schools belong to the network schools. The number of high performance students or qualifying in the national teams or with potential sport talent. The number of students with potential sport talents, according with the European Union recommendation on dual career. The diversity of sports in the units network with priority to the Olympic sports. The geographical proximity to the sports centers, like you can see on the left side, and the commitment of schools with the project. It's 4 years. So what we have in which school? So we have the school director that ensures the pedagogical commitment in the school. We have the class teacher, stimulate collaborative and networked work. And we have a special person at school, is a tutor teacher that defines and elaborate with the other teacher individualized study plans for which students according to the initial assessment made with all the stakeholders. You can see on the right way. All this work together with the national coordinator. So we have to, and this is very important for us, this special study room we call Learn More. So in that space, you ensure the pedagogical aspect, using collaborative and reflective work with teacher and the class council. In this room, it's for the students to learn more, we reinforce matters. For example, if the students have some difficulty in some subject like mathematics or Portuguese or science or something like that, contents recovery before, after, and long periods of competitions or training. You use distance learning, you use a digital platform that we create with the collaboration of Microsoft, and a special measure to support students when they are far away from school. For example, if the students cannot make an exam or something like that, so they will make in another day or another hour or something like that. Another important thing that we have is a psychological and pedagogical support. We have psychologists at these schools. And these psychologists take care of emotional management and the career orientation. So we have this in school, and we have the stakeholders. So the stakeholders, we have the federation, the clubs. We know everything about the plans of the competitions, and we cross with the study plan. We have the high performance centers. We provide technical and human resource to implementation of the study plans there. we have the sport medical centers too. The families is very important for us to talk and to be with the families all the time. And higher school, the university, who make studies and gives some global assessment of the process. And we have top Portuguese athletes who are very important for our students, because we have a lot of conference with them, and they explain to the young people our experience, like athlete, always important to continue the studies, always important to have values in sports, always important to know the danger of the sport career, like the doping or other things. So this job of this top Portuguese athlete is very important, and even after to finish the career. So they are very important to motivate the students to keep studying and think after to finish the career. So this is our planning. So I will not explain, because I have few time, to explain all this planning, but I want to reinforce some things. First of all, 3 or 4 months before start the school, we know everything about which athlete students, about the school career, about the sport career, about medical information, psychological information, family information. So we are ready to design with all the stakeholders the plan, the global plan for which and the individual plan for which student. You know very well which student, and this is very, very important. So another thing that I want to talk is about we training the teacher of the national network. We teach. We have a lot of conference and meetings with the teachers of schools, and we training a lot this thank you. To be able to work with these kids. So every 3 months we make the evaluation of the process, and if necessary we organize and we improve the plan for which student. So in the final of the year we make the same process, and we make another plan for the students, the new one, and the students that we have. So to finish in a minute, we have some indicators of success indicators, and the school performance, the sport performance, and the school drop. And the first year was a very successful year. The success rate school, it's about 95% higher than the Portuguese national average. The sport performance, we increase the number of all the European titles and integration of the potential talents in the national selections. And the school dropouts, we have this number, 0.2% of dropout. Well, the last one, we have some opinions of our students, because we listen a lot to our students. And it's funny because in a global way, they say the same. And the same is, most of the school does not understand the life of an athlete, a student. So we decided to create this unit because most of the schools doesn't understand what is the life of an athlete student. So now we are very happy with these units, and most of the kids now go to these units. So my contact is over there. I'm a supervisor of this project, but the national coordinator is the Professor Vitor Pardal. He's an amazing guy. And the last word to say, that is a passion project, a love project. Without passion, it's impossible to do this job. With the teacher, the students, and all the stakeholders. I think this is the secret for us. Thank you very much.
So as we run out of time a bit, I would once more like to thank you, and if anybody has a question, then you can do it afterwards or during the reception. So thank you.
Thank you
one more
very
time.
much.
And there is a small present also for you.
Oh. Thank you very much.
So we have happily, luckily come to the end of the first day of the conference. And at least for me, maybe there are some thoughts that I would like to, at least I remember myself, and I would like that you remember that. I think we saw pretty well that education and sport, that was the topic of the conference mainly, they can support each other very well. And one thing that is very important in terms of dual career is that this initiative, it has to come from the society itself. When those all different parts try to do their own small systems, it's usually it probably don't work. And I think it was Gerd Kanter who said that athlete feel when he's performing, he feels that society is with him or society is with the athlete. Of course, I think it's the same, but it is usually when the athlete comes back with a win, then the society is welcoming him back and wants to be with the athlete. But the question is whether the society wants to put something in already before the athlete goes to the big wins or to the career. Does the society want an athlete if he ends the career without education or any other skills? So I think no. But, and the final one, that the athlete, I think he or she should know that if he's lucky and earns a medal, then there are few things in life afterwards that he or she can get because of that medal. I think this is one thing that the athlete also has to remember. But to conclude the whole day, the organizers would like to remind you some things. The first is that the reception that is hosted by the Minister of Culture of Estonia, it will take place in the White Hall of the Museum of the University of Tartu. It's not far from here, so we are all healthy people. We will walk there. And the meeting point will be at 1940 at the lobby of the Dorpat Hotel. In case someone will be late, there will be at least one guide who is waiting for latecomers, and everybody will get to the reception. Don't worry. There will be also a morning run tomorrow. Do not miss that, because you have a wonderful opportunity there to be guided by 2/3 of our triplets, trio in Rio, the marathon runners. Two of them, they are guiding you there, and you can make the bets who of them you will see. And you can bet before, and you can be betting afterwards also. And it will be the small task for you to say who were with you. We will thank all the speakers one more time, and you and participants and interpreters, and the last but not least, the whole event was supported by the Commission of European European Commission by the Erasmus Plus program. So, have a nice evening, and I welcome you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Bye.